Unexplained relics have a way of drawing us in, not simply because they are old, but because they resist tidy answers. Hidden in peat bogs, quarried from ancient stone, carved with scripts no one can read, or recovered from places where they should not exist, these artifacts ask more questions than they answer. Some carry inscriptions that scholars debate endlessly. Others appear in contexts so unlikely that their very presence seems to contradict the accepted timeline of human history. Myths, legends, and theories often rise up around them, yet the truth remains just out of reach. Tonight, we'll walk slowly through these mysteries together, letting each object reveal its story piece by piece. From amulets believed to hold protective spells, to statues with eyes that never blink, to inscriptions etched in scripts that have no known origin, each one is a fragment of a greater puzzle, waiting for us to linger over its details. So find a comfortable place, let the world outside grow quiet, and join me in exploring the most forbidden artifacts that science still struggles to explain. The first thing one notices about carnelian is its color. Not the pale translucence of quartz, nor the deep saturation of ruby, but a living red that seems to hold fire just beneath its surface. In the dry landscapes of ancient Egypt, this stone caught the light of the desert sun and glowed with a warmth that spoke to those who wore it. Artisans shaped it into beads, rings, pendants, and above all, amulets that carried both beauty and meaning. Among the many stones chosen for protective charms, carnelian stood apart, believed to embody life, energy, and the eternal power of rebirth. In tombs dating back thousands of years, archaeologists have uncovered carnelian amulets carefully placed beside the dead. Some rest upon the chest, others lie near the hands or throat, each positioned with intention. These were not random ornaments but ritual tools bound to the most important journey the Egyptians imagined, the passage into the afterlife. Without the right protections, the deceased might falter on the path, facing dangers that no mortal strength could withstand. With the amulet, especially when carved with sacred words from the Book of the Dead, the traveler carried divine insurance. The stone itself was thought to contain life force, while the inscriptions called upon gods and spells to activate that force when most needed. The Book of the Dead was not a single fixed text, but a collection of spells, prayers, and instructions designed to aid the soul. Among its many chapters appears a passage specifically devoted to the carnelian amulet. The spell directs that it be carved in the shape of a heart, polished smooth and set with gold. Placed upon the body, it promised protection from harm and deceit in the weighing of the heart ceremony, that crucial moment when a soul's worth was tested. The heart was central to Egyptian belief, the seat of memory and morality, and if it betrayed the deceased with untruths or imbalance, eternal life could be lost. The carnelian heart was meant to silence treachery, ensuring that the bearer passed into paradise. What makes these artifacts so compelling is not only their ritual role, but their artistry. Carnelian is a hard stone, demanding skilled hands and specialized tools. Craftsmen in Egypt developed extraordinary ability in cutting and polishing it. Surfaces gleam like glass even after thousands of years, the red bright and untarnished by time. Some amulets are simple hearts, plain yet powerful. Others are shaped into rings inscribed with hieroglyphs, or pendants with delicate figures of gods such as Horus or Hathor. Each piece, however small, carried meaning beyond ornamentation. The significance of carnelian reached beyond funerary practices. Egyptians also wore the stone in daily life, believing it granted courage, vitality, and strength. Soldiers sometimes carried carnelian rings or amulets into battle, confident that its fiery hue would protect them from wounds. Women adorned themselves with carnelian jewelry, trusting in its connection to fertility and health. Even pharaohs favored it, weaving it into crowns, collars, and ceremonial staffs. The stone's popularity endured across centuries, from the Old Kingdom through the Ptolemaic era, always maintaining its association with life and renewal. When modern archaeologists uncover these amulets, they are struck by both their durability and their context. In some tombs, carnelian pieces appear among other jewels of turquoise, lapis lazuli, and gold. Yet unlike those stones, carnelian often holds a privileged place near the heart or throat of the deceased. This placement reflects the belief that the stone's power was not decorative, but essential. Without it, the passage into eternity was far more uncertain. The craft of shaping carnelian also reveals insights into Egyptian technology. To cut such a stone, artisans likely used tools tipped with copper or bronze dusted with abrasive powders. Sand, crushed quartz, and other minerals served as the cutting agents, slowly wearing the stone into shape. Polishing required patience, grinding the surface with finer and finer materials until the stone gleamed. The effort was immense, especially when one considers the number of amulets discovered. Clearly, demand was high, and the stone's importance justified the labor. One remarkable discovery comes from the tomb of Tutankhamun, the boy king whose burial treasures stunned the modern world when revealed in 1922. Among the many jewels and relics found within, carnelian appears again and again. Rings with scarab beetles carved from the red stone, amulets designed to safeguard the king's body, and beads strung into necklaces speak of the material's continued significance even in the most opulent burial of Egypt's new kingdom. For Tutankhamun, as for countless others, carnelian represented more than beauty. It was survival beyond death. Folklore surrounding the stone adds another dimension. Ancient texts describe carnelian as connected to the blood of Isis, the goddess who gathered the pieces of Osiris and brought him back to life. By wearing carnelian, Egyptians believed they aligned themselves with this divine cycle of death and resurrection. The stone's red color symbolized both blood and the setting sun, images tied deeply to renewal. Each night, the sun god Ra died in the western horizon, only to rise again each morning. Each drop of blood lost could be replaced with new life. Carnelian thus embodied the promise of return, a pledge of immortality carried close to the skin. Interestingly, the stone was not limited to Egypt. Traders carried carnelian across the ancient world, and it appears in Mesopotamian jewelry, Indus Valley seals, and Roman intaglios. Yet within Egypt, its role as a funerary amulet remained uniquely important. Other cultures valued it for beauty or status, but Egyptians consistently placed it within the spiritual realm, binding it to ritual texts and the destiny of the soul. Modern scientists have examined carnelian with gemological tools, confirming its durability and unique microcrystalline structure. They note that its color comes from iron oxide impurities within chalcedony, giving it shades from orange to deep red. But beyond chemistry, questions remain. Why did ancient Egyptians associate this stone so strongly with the heart? Why not jasper, or garnet, or another red mineral? Some suggest that the translucence of carnelian, its ability to glow when struck by light, made it appear alive, a fitting vessel for vital essence. Others believe trade networks and accessibility made it the most practical choice for widespread use. Yet the depth of ritual surrounding it suggests something more, an ancient intuition that certain stones carried properties beyond the physical. Scholars continue to debate the precise meanings of inscriptions found on carnelian amulets. While some texts are familiar passages from the Book of the Dead, others contain variations or unique combinations of hieroglyphs. Were these personalized charms tailored to the individual's life, or did regional traditions develop distinct formulas? Without complete records, many questions remain open. Each amulet is a puzzle, its words frozen in stone, yet not always yielding clear interpretation. Visitors to museums often pause before cases filled with these small red charms. Compared to towering statues or golden masks, they may seem modest, yet the closer one looks, the more profound they become. A heart-shaped amulet no larger than a thumbprint once carried the eternal hopes of an individual. That stone was chosen, carved, inscribed, and placed with ceremony. Its journey from artisan to priest to tomb was filled with reverence. To stand before it today is to connect across thousands of years to a moment when life and death balanced on a single charm. Archaeological digs reveal the persistence of carnelian amulets across all levels of society. Not only kings and nobles, but also common people were buried with them. In smaller graves, a single bead of carnelian may have been all a family could afford, yet even that token carried the same symbolic power as the elaborate amulets of royalty. This democratization of the stone suggests its importance was deeply rooted in cultural consciousness. Everyone, regardless of status, desired the protection it promised. The study of trade routes offers another perspective. Carnelian deposits exist in regions of Egypt, particularly in the eastern desert near the Red Sea, but also in lands as far as India. Archaeologists have traced evidence of long-distance exchange, suggesting that some Egyptian carnelian may have traveled great distances before reaching artisans. The stone's presence in Indus Valley seals, coupled with its prominence in Egyptian tombs, indicates a vibrant network of commerce connecting distant civilizations. These exchanges remind us that even in antiquity, cultures were not isolated but interwoven, their artifacts carrying stories across continents. Legends surrounding carnelian extended into later traditions as well. Islamic cultures valued the stone for engraved talismans, often inscribing verses of the Quran upon it. European medieval texts also mention carnelian as a stone of courage and protection. Yet the Egyptian use remains the most elaborate, rooted in a cosmology that linked stone, soul, and eternity. One curious detail often noted by Egyptologists is the absence of tool marks on many amulets. The polishing is so complete that the process remains invisible. This mastery suggests generations of accumulated skill, workshops dedicated to producing charms for temples and funerals alike. The artisans themselves are mostly anonymous, their names lost, yet their work survives. Each polished heart or scarab testifies to hands that understood both stone and symbol. When examining these amulets under modern lighting, their inner glow becomes evident. A lamp held behind them reveals fiery translucence, a red that seems almost to breathe. One can imagine the effect in ancient Egypt when such stones caught the desert sun. For mourners placing them upon the deceased, the stone must have seemed alive, pulsing with the promise of protection. What draws scientists today is not only the craftsmanship, but the cultural context. How did Egyptians assign meaning to minerals? Why did they believe some stones carried divine power while others did not? The answers lie partly in color symbolism, partly in mythology, but also in long experience. Over centuries, associations accumulated, reinforced by ritual success and tradition. Carnelian proved itself reliable within this system, consistently linked with vitality, courage, and rebirth. Among the most fascinating finds are composite amulets combining carnelian with gold. The contrast of red stone and yellow metal created a visual harmony symbolizing blood and sun together. Gold represented eternity and incorruptibility, while carnelian embodied life force. The union of the two formed a potent charm, merging permanence with vitality. Such pieces reveal the sophistication of Egyptian symbolic thought, weaving natural materials into spiritual equations. The survival of these artifacts into our time invites reflection on memory. Each carnelian heart once rested upon a body, now long vanished. The amulet alone endures, carrying a trace of its owner's hopes. We cannot know their names or faces, yet their belief survives in stone. To study these artifacts is to engage with human continuity, the persistent desire to overcome mortality. In museums, placards may describe them briefly as funerary amulets, but the reality is far richer. They were lifelines cast into eternity, vessels of protection carried into the unknown. For the Egyptians, death was not an end but a passage filled with peril. To enter it without an amulet would be reckless. To carry one was to travel with confidence, guarded by divine words locked within glowing stone. As modern viewers, we may marvel at the technical skill, analyze the inscriptions, trace the trade routes, and compare cross-cultural parallels. Yet perhaps the most powerful connection comes not from analysis, but from quiet observation. To look upon a carnelian amulet and imagine it resting on the chest of someone who lived 3,000 years ago is to feel the shared human yearning for safety, remembrance, and continuity. The stone becomes a bridge, not only between life and death, but between ancient and modern minds. The mystery that lingers is not whether the amulet worked by magical means, but how deeply belief shaped its power. In the Egyptian worldview, faith and ritual imbued the stone with effectiveness. By honoring tradition, reciting spells, and placing the amulet correctly, they created reality through conviction. For them, the Carnelian heart truly could silence a wayward conscience, balance the scales of judgment, and guide the soul to paradise. What remains for us today is the artifact itself, stripped of ritual but still resonant with meaning. Scientists study it, historians contextualize it, curators display it, and visitors gaze upon it, yet none can fully separate it from the aura of mystery that clings to it. The stone still glows, as if reluctant to surrender all its secrets. In considering these artifacts, we are reminded of how material culture preserves the intangible. A small carved stone embodies vast networks of belief, tradition, and hope. Without it, entire dimensions of Egyptian thought might be lost to us. With it, we glimpse not only their rituals but their humanity. The Carnelian amulet stands as both object and symbol, a crafted jewel and a spiritual safeguard. Its presence in tombs across centuries attests to unbroken tradition, a chain of belief linking generations. Its survival into our hands today invites us to continue the chain, to remember those who placed their trust in stone, and to acknowledge the mystery that still surrounds it. And with that, we leave the glowing heart of Carnelian resting where it has always belonged, between life and eternity, carrying its unanswered questions forward. When the drill cut through the clay of Idaho's high desert in the year 1889, no one expected to find a figure staring back. The workers were sinking a well near the small town of Nampa, using a steam-powered auger to reach water deep below the surface. At a depth of more than 300 feet, something extraordinary appeared. Mixed among the wet clay that the drill brought to light was a tiny object, hardened by fire long ago, fashioned unmistakably into the shape of a human. Barely more than an inch in height, with faint arms folded across the chest and a carefully formed head, it was a figurine. A doll, some said, but one that seemed impossibly out of place. The Nampa figurine, as it came to be known, has remained one of the most puzzling artifacts ever reported in North America. Its mystery lies not in its form, for clay dolls and amulets appear in many cultures, but in the circumstances of its discovery. If it truly came from the depth reported, then it was sealed within geological layers far older than any accepted human presence in the Americas. That contradiction has kept the figurine alive in debate for well over a century, drifting between archaeology, folklore, and speculation about forgotten histories. The object itself is small enough to rest comfortably on a fingertip. Its features are simple but deliberate. The torso is rounded, the arms crossed, the head slightly raised, and the faint suggestion of clothing or adornment appears along the surface. Experts who examined it shortly after its discovery noted that it had been shaped from clay and fired at a temperature sufficient to harden it permanently. This detail is crucial, for firing requires controlled heat, the kind that only human technology can provide. Nature can form many shapes, but it does not fashion fired clay dolls. The man most associated with the find was George Frederick Wright, a geologist and clergyman who studied glacial formations in North America. When he saw the figurine, he recognized its potential significance. In his writings, he emphasized that it bore all the marks of intentional human craftsmanship. He also stressed the depth at which it had been discovered, hundreds of feet beneath the surface, sealed within layers of clay thought to be millions of years old. For Wright, this suggested that the figurine was astonishingly ancient, perhaps evidence that human beings lived in North America far earlier than conventional wisdom allowed. Skepticism followed swiftly. Critics argued that the figurine might have slipped into the drill hole from the surface, carried down by accident or deceit. Others suggested that workers could have planted it as a prank. Yet defenders pointed out that the well was filled with water at the time of discovery, making such a hoax unlikely. The auger's action had brought the figurine up embedded in clay, not loose or floating. Moreover, those who first saw it insisted that it was coated with the same damp material that surrounded the deep strata. These details made the story difficult to dismiss outright. What makes the case more intriguing is the broader context of artifacts found in unusual geological positions. Across the 19th century, reports circulated of tools, carvings, and human remains appearing in strata long thought to predate humanity. Many of these accounts were dismissed, some undoubtedly exaggerated, yet they created an undercurrent of possibility. The Nampa figurine became one of the most enduring examples, cited repeatedly by those who believed that history is deeper and stranger than textbooks allow. To understand why this figurine provokes such debate, it helps to picture the land where it was found. The high desert of Idaho is marked by volcanic deposits, layers of basalt, and stretches of ancient lakebed sediments. Over millions of years, rivers carved channels and floods reshaped the plains. Within these geological layers, fossils of extinct animals such as mammoths and mastodons are common. The strata at 300 feet depth, where the figurine was said to rest, belong to formations believed to be of great antiquity, perhaps from the Pliocene epoch, long before modern humans are thought to have emerged. If the figurine truly originated from that layer, it would rewrite human history not only in the Americas but across the globe. Yet the figurine itself resists easy dating. No organic material clings to it for radiocarbon testing. The fired clay preserves no context beyond its shape. Scientists examining it in later years confirmed only that it was man-made, not a natural concretion. Beyond that, certainty slips away. Was it ancient, sealed in strata for eons? Or was it recent, somehow carried down into the depths by unknown means? The object keeps its counsel, offering no answer. Those who favor authenticity point to the figurine's style. It resembles other prehistoric clay figures found in distant parts of the world, particularly the so-called Venus figurines of Europe, though on a much smaller scale. The crossed arms and rounded form suggest ritual or symbolic intent rather than a child's toy. If it were truly old, it might represent an American counterpart to those old-world carvings, proof of artistic expression from a forgotten epoch. On the other hand, skeptics argue that its crude form could just as easily belong to a 19th century craftsperson, a trinket lost and later mistaken for something far older. The story of the figurine spread beyond Idaho, appearing in newspapers and journals. Writers seized upon its mystery, linking it to broader debates about human antiquity. At the time, the question of how long humans had inhabited the Americas was fiercely contested. Some scholars argued for only a few thousand years, while others proposed far longer spans. Discoveries like the Nampa figurine became weapons in these debates, each side interpreting it according to its stance. For some, it was a curiosity to be explained away. For others, it was evidence of vast, untold histories. One of the most compelling aspects of the figurine is its ordinariness. Unlike golden masks or jeweled amulets, it is a simple clay figure. Yet that simplicity makes it harder to dismiss. It was not worth forging for profit, nor was it dazzling enough to attract hoaxers seeking fame. It is small, unassuming, and mysterious precisely because it seems so plain. Its very modesty lends weight to the possibility that it was genuine. In the decades after its discovery, the figurine found its way into collections and exhibitions. Today, it resides in the archives of the Idaho State Historical Society. Visitors who have seen it describe a sense of quiet fascination, a tiny human form that raises questions larger than itself. Scholars occasionally revisit the case, examining old reports, testing the clay, comparing the style to other artifacts. Yet no consensus has emerged. The figurine remains what it has always been, an enigma sealed in fired earth. To appreciate its significance, consider the broader history of figurines in human culture. From the earliest known examples carved from bone and stone tens of thousands of years ago, to clay dolls fashioned in villages across continents, small human forms appear everywhere. They served as charms, teaching tools, ritual objects, or simple toys. They allowed people to hold in their hands a symbol of themselves, to carry identity and meaning in miniature. The Nampa figurine fits within this tradition, regardless of its age. It demonstrates the universal impulse to shape the human image from the materials at hand. Some researchers speculate that if the figurine is truly ancient, it could suggest a forgotten culture in the Americas, one capable of pottery and symbolic art. Such a culture would predate known civilizations by tens of thousands, perhaps even millions of years. This idea remains controversial, challenging the framework of archaeology, yet it continues to attract interest, especially among those who suspect that human history holds chapters yet unread. Others take a different view, seeing in the Nampa figurine a lesson about caution. Archaeology is built on context, the careful placement of objects within datable layers. A single artifact without secure context can mislead. If the figurine fell into the drill hole from higher strata, its depth would be meaningless. Without corroborating evidence, additional artifacts from the same level, human remains, tools, or habitation sites, the figurine cannot alone overturn established chronologies. For this reason, mainstream scholars treat it with skepticism, recording it as a curiosity but not as proof. Yet the figurine refuses to fade from memory. Writers on forbidden archaeology, alternative history, and unexplained artifacts repeatedly return to it. They see in its tiny form the possibility of vast secrets, a reminder that even the smallest object can destabilize certainty. Museums may keep it in quiet drawers, but in literature and speculation, it lives vibrantly, sparking questions that reach far beyond Idaho. Imagining the moment of its discovery adds to its allure. The clatter of a steam drill, the gush of water and clay, the surprise of workers as a tiny figure appeared among the debris. Perhaps one of them picked it up, turning it in calloused fingers, puzzled by its shape. In that instant, the figurine crossed from obscurity into mystery, destined to occupy debates for generations. It is a reminder that profound questions sometimes emerge not in temples or treasure hoards, but in ordinary labor, deep beneath the ground. Over the years, replicas of the figurine have been made for study. Photographs show its rounded body, the faint line of a waist, the subtle suggestion of a face. Though worn, it retains an undeniable human likeness. Its surface bears marks of shaping, small ridges where fingers or tools pressed clay into form. These details confirm artistry, not accident. Whatever its age, someone once held wet clay and chose to make a person of it. Geologists who revisit the Nampa site note that the surrounding strata are complex. Layers of volcanic ash, river sediments, and lake clays overlap, creating opportunities for intrusion. Water movement can carry objects downward, earthquakes can shift strata, and drilling itself can displace material. These factors complicate the claim of great antiquity, yet none fully erase the puzzle, for the figurine remains fired clay, a product of culture, in a place where culture should not reach. For storytellers, the figurine embodies the theme of the forbidden artifact, an object that does not fit, that resists classification, that whispers of alternative pasts. It joins the company of other controversial finds: the iron cube of Wolfsegg, the stone spheres of Costa Rica, the anomalous maps and inscriptions scattered across continents. Each is disputed, yet each holds a magnetism born of defiance against easy explanation. What might the maker of the Nampa figurine have intended? If ancient, perhaps it was a talisman carried for protection, a symbol of fertility, or an offering to unseen powers. If recent, perhaps it was a child's doll, lost and forgotten until the drill brought it back. Both scenarios are possible, each carrying its own weight of meaning. The figurine itself offers no inscription, no companion artifacts, no context. It is mute, yet eloquent in its survival. The controversy surrounding the figurine reveals as much about us as it does about the past. Our desire to explain, to classify, to fit everything into neat timelines is challenged by a small fired doll that refuses to cooperate. Some respond with dismissal, others with curiosity, others still with wonder. In this way, the figurine functions as a mirror, reflecting the biases and hopes of each generation that studies it. In recent years, interest has grown once again in re-evaluating anomalous finds. Advances in technology allow for more precise analysis of clay composition, firing temperatures, and microstructures. These methods could one day yield new insights into the Nampa figurine's origin. Yet until such studies are undertaken, the artifact remains suspended in uncertainty, a question mark shaped like a person. Standing before it, whether in photograph or in person, one cannot help but feel the tension between certainty and possibility. It is only an inch tall, yet it holds within it the weight of deep time. Its face, barely formed, gazes upward, as if aware of its own role in unsettling history. Perhaps that is its greatest legacy, not to provide answers, but to provoke enduring questions. As the story of the Nampa figurine comes to rest for now, the clay figure remains what it has always been. An object both ordinary and extraordinary, small yet immense in implication. Whether crafted in antiquity or more recent centuries, it continues to invite reflection on the depth of human history and the mysteries still hidden within the earth. It is a reminder that discoveries are not always grand or gilded. Sometimes they are modest, almost fragile, yet powerful enough to challenge entire narratives. The winter seas off the eastern coast of Japan are cold and unpredictable. Fishermen of the early 19th century knew this well, their lives bound to tides, winds, and storms that could turn sudden and cruel. It was in such a setting, in the year 1803, that an extraordinary story began to circulate. Reports described a strange vessel washing ashore, unlike anything the villagers had ever seen. It was round, hollow, and covered in unfamiliar materials. Within it, a mysterious woman appeared, speaking a language no one could understand, carrying an object she would not allow out of her grasp. The tale of the Utsuro Bune, literally hollow boat, has endured for more than 2 centuries, preserved in local records, illustrated scrolls, and retellings that blur the line between folklore and possible history. Whether one views it as legend, misunderstood fact, or something stranger still, the account lingers with a quiet persistence, like a riddle written upon the sea. What made the vessel so striking was its design. Contemporary drawings depict a rounded craft, almost like an iron kettle, with a domed top and windows set into the sides. Descriptions say it measured several meters across, built from wood but reinforced with metal plates. The lower portion was sealed tight, while the upper part held openings covered with crystal or glass. For fishermen accustomed to wooden skiffs and coastal junks, such a structure must have looked uncanny. It did not match the designs of neighboring countries, nor did it resemble anything built locally. Inside the craft, the villagers found a woman. Accounts describe her as young, with pale skin and red hair cut short. Her clothing was strange, woven from fabrics unfamiliar to the Japanese. Most intriguing of all was the object she clutched, a box or container which she refused to let anyone touch. No one could understand her words, for she spoke in a tongue unknown to them. She seemed neither panicked nor hostile, but also unwilling to explain herself. After some time, the villagers, uncertain of what to do, returned her and her vessel to the sea, setting them adrift once more. Such is the core of the story, but the details shift depending on the source. Some scrolls portray the vessel as larger, others emphasize the metallic plating, still others note inscriptions or strange markings along the sides. The woman is sometimes described as beautiful, sometimes unsettling. The object she carried is consistently mentioned, yet its nature remains undefined, a small chest perhaps, or a container of unknown design. What never changes is the strangeness, a craft that seemed foreign to all eyes, a woman who belonged nowhere the villagers knew, and a mystery carried upon the waves. To place this story in context, one must consider Japan at the time. The nation was under the Tokugawa shogunate, enforcing sakoku, or closed country policies. Foreign contact was strictly limited, trade confined largely to the Dutch at Nagasaki, and suspicion of outsiders ran deep. Against this backdrop, the arrival of a foreign-looking woman in an unfamiliar vessel would have unsettled villagers and officials alike. The impulse to return her to the sea, rather than welcome her ashore, reflects this cultural climate of caution and isolation. Yet even with this context, the Utsuro Bune stands apart. Japanese records of the period contain many accounts of shipwrecks, usually describing Korean or Chinese vessels blown off course. These reports identify origins, note the languages spoken, and describe clothing in recognizable terms. The hollow boat, however, fits none of these patterns. Its rounded shape, its metal reinforcements, and its crystal windows seemed foreign even by the standards of international trade. The earliest written versions of the tale appear in texts such as Toen Shosetsu and Ume no Chiri, both collections of stories from the Edo period. They present the event as something witnessed and recorded, accompanied by illustrations that give us glimpses of how contemporaries imagined the vessel. These drawings are strikingly consistent in their depiction of a domed, disc-like craft, with apertures set around its side. To modern eyes, they resemble a submarine capsule or even a flying saucer, though such comparisons are products of later centuries. For the people of 1803, it was simply a hollow boat without precedent in their experience. The woman herself has inspired as much speculation as the craft. Her refusal to part with the box she carried suggests it held something precious, perhaps personal mementos, perhaps knowledge, perhaps even a secret. Some have suggested it might have contained the ashes of a loved one, explaining her reluctance to release it. Others have speculated wildly, imagining advanced technologies or artifacts lost to history. In the absence of the box itself, all that remains is conjecture. One cannot overlook the possibility that the tale was partly allegorical. Edo period literature often wove moral lessons or symbolic meanings into seemingly factual accounts. A foreign woman drifting ashore might symbolize disruption, the unknown, or warnings against straying from tradition. Yet the persistence of details, the metal plating, the glass windows, the tightly held box, makes the Utsuro Bune feel less like allegory and more like memory, retold with wonder. Modern researchers approach the account with varied perspectives. Some argue that the woman may have been Russian, her craft perhaps a small escape pod or lifeboat from a larger ship. Russia had increased its presence in the Pacific during this period, exploring and expanding trade routes. The red hair, unfamiliar language, and unusual clothing could fit such an origin. Yet, the vessel's round shape and sealed construction remain difficult to reconcile with known Russian designs of the era. Others consider it an example of cultural misinterpretation, where an ordinary foreign craft became extraordinary in retelling. Over time, details may have been exaggerated. The vessel transformed from boat to hollow sphere, the woman from traveler to enigma. Oral traditions often magnify strangeness, and by the time the story reached written form, embellishments may have solidified. Still others entertain the possibility of a genuinely anomalous craft, one whose materials and design remain unexplained. For them, the Utsuro Bune stands alongside other reports of mysterious vessels found worldwide, precursors to modern tales of unidentified objects. The crystal windows, the metallic plates, the rounded hull, these features invite comparisons to technologies not documented in the early 19th century. Whether one embraces such speculation or not, it highlights the enduring power of the story to stretch the imagination. The woman's language is another unsolved puzzle. Witnesses described it as unlike anything they knew, unconnected to Chinese, Korean, or European tongues familiar to Japanese scholars. If she was indeed Russian, some villagers might still have recognized familiar sounds, yet they reported complete incomprehension. This detail may reflect the limits of local knowledge, or it may suggest origins further afield. Without recordings, the mystery deepens. What remains most compelling is the villagers' decision. Confronted with strangeness, they chose neither violence nor hospitality, but return. They placed the woman and her vessel back upon the waves, leaving fate to the sea. Perhaps they feared official punishment for harboring a foreigner. Perhaps they simply wished to restore balance, sending the anomaly away. In either case, their choice preserved the enigma rather than resolving it, ensuring that the story would pass down as unanswered. Today, the Utsuro Bune lives on in both academic discussions and popular culture. Scholars analyze the texts, comparing versions, tracing influences. Artists depict the scene in paintings, films, and novels, often emphasizing the vessel's uncanny resemblance to later depictions of extraterrestrial craft. Yet whether viewed through the lens of folklore, history, or speculation, the story continues to unsettle. It is at once too detailed to dismiss entirely and too ambiguous to confirm. The surviving illustrations deserve special attention. They show the vessel resting on shore, surrounded by curious villagers. Its rounded hull is reinforced with bands or plates, its windows placed symmetrically around the dome. The woman within gazes outward, her expression unreadable. In some drawings, she is depicted as carrying a box with both hands, cradling it against her body. These images capture not only the event itself, but the sense of wonder it inspired. Even centuries later, they speak across time, reminding us that humans have always grappled with encounters that seem to defy explanation. Consider the sea itself, the stage upon which this story unfolded. For Japan, the ocean was both barrier and lifeline, isolating yet connecting. Fishermen depended upon it, but it also carried threats: storms, pirates, foreign ships. Against this backdrop, a hollow boat drifting ashore symbolized both danger and possibility. It was an intrusion from beyond the known, bearing a messenger no one could understand. That tension between familiarity and strangeness lies at the heart of the tale. The Utsuro Bune reminds us that forbidden artifacts need not be golden treasures or monumental ruins. Sometimes they are stories, preserved in ink and paper, describing objects that never should have been. The figurine at Nampa was tangible, a piece of clay held in the hand. The hollow boat of Japan exists only in drawings and words, yet it carries the same unsettling power. Both challenge our confidence in timelines, asking us to imagine what might lurk outside accepted history. As we close the account of the hollow boat, the image remains vivid. A strange vessel resting on the sands, villagers gathered in uncertain awe, a woman cradling her box and speaking words no one could grasp. Whether she came from distant lands, from myth, or from somewhere we cannot name, she has never left. Her story drifts forward like the tide, carrying its unanswered questions into every generation that encounters it. The object itself is not large. It could be lifted easily with 2 hands, carried across a room without effort. Its body is rounded, its clay reddish-brown, its surface worn smooth by the long centuries it spent beneath the soil of London. At first glance, it seems unremarkable, just another piece of Roman pottery among the thousands that have emerged from the city once called Londinium. But step closer, and the strangeness begins to unfold. The vessel is pierced with holes, dozens of them, punched deliberately into its body before the clay was fired, each one evenly spaced, each one finished with care. It is a jar that cannot hold, a container that surrenders the very idea of containment. The hole-filled jar was unearthed during excavations in an area dense with Roman remains. Layers of roads, walls, coins, and domestic debris lay stacked one upon another, testimony to centuries of occupation. Pottery turned up in great numbers, amphorae that once carried wine, coarse jars that stored grain, mortaria used for grinding herbs. These objects were expected and their uses were clear. Yet when the perforated jar was lifted from the ground, its purpose seemed immediately obscure. The archaeologists who handled it knew it belonged to the Roman period, but beyond that, the object offered only questions. It is worth remembering how central pottery was to Roman life. Clay was shaped into every imaginable form, from cooking pots to oil lamps, from children's toys to funerary urns. Amphorae traveled across the empire loaded with fish sauce, olives, and wine. Fine tableware displayed the wealth of households, while coarse ware served humble kitchens. Jars held grain, liquids, tools, or ashes of the dead. Pottery was so common that it became one of the primary ways archaeologists date layers of occupation. In this vast ceramic vocabulary, almost every form has its function, yet the holy jar stands apart, refusing to declare its role. One of the earliest theories proposed that it was a lamp. Imagine it filled with resin or oil, a wick set alight, the flame glowing within. Through the many openings, light would scatter into the dark corners of a Roman dwelling, dancing across walls in shifting patterns. The idea has an undeniable poetry, but practical tests have raised objections. Oil poured into such a jar would seep rapidly through the perforations. Even if lined with another material, the vessel seems ill-suited to hold fuel securely. The dream of a perforated lantern may remain little more than a romantic image. Others have turned to Roman dining customs. Wealthy households sometimes raised dormice as delicacies, fattening them before they were eaten. Literary sources mention containers called gliraria, specially designed with perforations to allow air circulation while keeping the animals confined. Could the London jar have served such a purpose? The idea has its appeal. Yet known gliraria often include internal ledges or divisions for the creatures to climb, features absent here. Without them, it is difficult to imagine the jar functioning as an effective cage. A culinary role remains plausible in other ways. Perhaps it drained curds in the making of cheese. Perhaps it was used in fermenting fish paste, letting liquids leach away while solids remained. In parts of the empire, jars were designed as sieves for similar processes, but again, the sheer density of perforations complicates the theory. With so many holes, most contents would escape entirely. Unless the jar was once lined with an organic material now lost to time, the practicality of these explanations falters. The possibility of ritual use has always lingered at the edges of discussion. Perforated vessels are known in many ancient cultures as incense burners, their openings allowing smoke to escape. Others served in libations, liquids poured into them to drain away as offerings to gods or ancestors. The London jar could have filled such a role, its perforations less about practicality than about symbolism. In ritual, the act itself matters more than efficiency. If the vessel once belonged in a shrine or burial, its form may have carried meanings obvious to its contemporaries, though obscure to us. Its discovery offered little contextual help. Unlike finds accompanied by inscriptions or grouped with related artifacts, the jar emerged alone. No temple ruins lay nearby to suggest a sacred function. No kitchen remains tied it to food preparation. Without companions, the jar sits in isolation, its purpose lost with the centuries. It is an orphan of archaeology, bearing only its own enigmatic design. The craftsmanship, however, is evident. The holes are not jagged breaks, but intentional openings, rounded smoothly, made while the clay was damp. Each was placed with care, avoiding structural weakness. That the jar survived firing and burial intact speaks to the potter's skill. This was no accident or amateur experiment. It was deliberate, the result of knowledge passed through generations of craft. To place it in its city is to add another dimension. Londinium was not a provincial backwater, but a thriving hub of trade and culture. Goods arrived from across the empire, wine from Gaul, oil from Spain, glass from the Rhineland, spices from the east. Its inhabitants included soldiers, merchants, officials, and families, many from distant provinces. Within such a cosmopolitan environment, unusual objects could easily appear. Perhaps the holy jar was inspired by a tradition from elsewhere, copied locally by a potter. Perhaps it was imported directly, though no identical examples have yet been securely identified from Italy, Gaul, or North Africa. Theories of horticulture have also been raised. In some Mediterranean contexts, jars with perforations housed plant roots, allowing water to seep gently through the walls. Such vessels could nurture herbs or decorative plants. Could the London jar have contained a treasured fig tree or aromatic rosemary, sustaining it even in Britain's damp climate? Wealthy Romans valued gardens, even in urban centres, and portable planters may have carried symbolic weight. Yet without residues of soil or root, the theory remains speculative. Visitors to museums often linger before the jar. At first it blends in with rows of Roman pottery, but then the perforations capture attention. Eyes trace the patterns, puzzlement grows, and guesses begin to form. Each viewer brings their own associations: a lantern, a sieve, a cage, a beehive. The jar invites speculation because it refuses certainty. Unlike coins bearing emperors' faces or altars inscribed with dedications, it leaves no text to guide interpretation. Its meaning is absent, and that very absence becomes its power. It also challenges assumptions about Roman uniformity. We often think of the empire as a world of standardization where amphorae followed fixed designs and legions marched in unison. Yet the holy jar suggests space for experiment, for local innovation, for practices that never reached the pages of history. Perhaps it was a short-lived tradition, confined to a single community or household. Perhaps it was a custom that left few traces, swept away by time. Its very oddness reminds us that ancient life contained far more diversity than the surviving record can show. To imagine its original use is to picture human hands, a potter shaping the clay, pressing tools into its surface to create openings, a buyer selecting it at market, recognizing its purpose instantly, someone filling it, lifting it, setting it down in a home, a workshop, or a sacred place. For them, the jar's meaning was clear, as obvious as a cooking pot or a storage jar. Only across centuries of forgetting has it become a puzzle. There is something almost poetic about a vessel defined by absence. Where other jars guard their contents, this one releases them. Air, light, scent, liquid. Whatever entered was meant to pass through. It is a jar of interaction rather than isolation, an object designed to connect what was inside with what lay beyond. That inversion of purpose may have carried deep significance, whether practical or symbolic. Modern analogies reveal as much about us as they do about the jar. Some imagine it as a lantern, others as a primitive planter, still others as a cage. Each explanation reflects familiar categories, attempts to tether the strange to the known, but perhaps its true role has no modern counterpart. Perhaps it served a function so specific to its time and place that no analogy quite captures it. In that gap, curiosity thrives. The holy jar, then, becomes more than just an artifact. It is a reminder of the limits of knowledge, of how much has been lost. Archaeology can measure, date, compare, but it cannot always explain. Some objects resist final answers, and in their resistance they continue to speak across time. The perforated jar of London is such an object. It carries with it the ingenuity of its maker, the practicality of its user, and the enduring questions of all who encounter it. Its presence in the archaeological record insists that history is not complete. For every road traced across Britain, every coin linked to an emperor, there are anomalies like this. Artifacts that complicate the picture, that suggest unknown customs, forgotten rituals, or fleeting experiments. They hold open the space of wonder. The jar remains on display, its surface riddled with carefully made apertures, its meaning unresolved. It invites the gaze of scholars and the guesses of visitors. It remains what it has always been, a vessel not of containment but of release, surrendering certainty through its very form, an artifact of openness carrying mystery into the present. Folded tightly, pressed flat between stones, or rolled into small cylinders, the lead tablets rarely look like much when they first come to light. The metal is dull, grey, and unyielding, often twisted or corroded by centuries in the ground. To the untrained eye, they might pass for scraps of debris, the kind of discard left behind after smelting or workshop labor. Yet when archaeologists carefully unbend them, lines of script emerge across the softened surface. Words appear, scratched by a stylus in uneven strokes, sometimes in Latin, sometimes in Greek, occasionally in other dialects spoken across the empire. These are not ordinary notes. They are pleas, demands, imprecations. They are the curse tablets of Rome. The Romans themselves called them defixiones, from a word meaning to fasten or to bind. The name captures their purpose. These tablets were attempts to tie the hands of enemies, to bind rivals, to fix outcomes through the intervention of unseen powers. Written on thin sheets of lead, the most common metal cheap enough to be widely available, they were inscribed with names, desires, and formulae, then folded, nailed, or pierced before being hidden away. Wells, graves, sanctuaries, and crossroads became repositories of these messages, places where the human world brushed against the divine or the infernal. Thousands have been found across the Roman world. From Britain to North Africa, from Gaul to Asia Minor, their reach extended wherever Roman culture traveled. Yet while the words are often legible, the contexts are rarely clear. We can read the Latin, translate the Greek, follow the formulae, but the circumstances that led to their creation remain obscure. A curse against a charioteer tells us of rivalry in the circus, but not the faces of the crowd. A plea for justice speaks of theft, but not the household in turmoil. In these gaps, the tablets become mysteries, fragments of voices without their stories. Some tablets read with startling directness. "May Quintus lose his tongue," one demands. Another begs that a thief be struck blind. Some name opponents in trials, asking gods to twist their words before the judge. Others call for lovers to be bound, hearts fixed on the petitioner. The range spans from vengeance to romance, from competition to fear. To read them is to hear ordinary Romans speaking in moments of desperation, anger, or longing. But the settings are rarely preserved. We see only the plea, never the outcome. Consider those found at Bath in Britain, near the sacred spring dedicated to Sulis Minerva. Dozens of tablets were thrown into the waters, many concerning theft. Robes, cloaks, coins, small items stolen in the bathing complex prompted supplicants to inscribe curses on the unknown thief. They asked the goddess to withhold health until the goods were returned, to strip the guilty of rest until justice was served. Here, the function is clear enough. The spring was sacred, the goddess invoked, the water a medium to carry petitions. But even so, the individual thefts remain faceless. Who lost a cloak? Who stole it? What quarrels lay behind? All vanish, leaving only the thin sheet of lead as testimony. Other finds resist even this level of clarity. At Mainz, tablets were discovered pierced with nails, the names of gladiators carved into their surfaces. The curses wished defeat on rivals, injury in combat, disgrace in the arena. They reflect the ferocity of competition in Roman spectacles, where victories could change fortunes and survival was never guaranteed. Yet we cannot link them to specific games. Which contests were underway, which gladiators stood in the sand, which crowds roared approval, all remain hidden. The curses preserve the desire but not the event. The very material chosen added to the mystery. Lead was cheap, abundant, and easily inscribed, but it also carried symbolic weight. Dense, heavy, resistant to corrosion, it seemed suited to binding spells meant to endure. Its grayness was associated with the underworld, a metal thought to carry chthonic associations. By folding or piercing the tablet, the petitioner enacted symbolically the binding they wished to impose on another. The act of concealment, burying it in a grave, tossing it into a well, hiding it beneath a threshold, reinforced the secrecy and permanence of the request. Language on the tablets often blends the mundane with the magical. Names of gods appear alongside names of victims, formulae of binding next to details of stolen goods or contested matches. In some, strange symbols or drawings accompany the words, figures bound, serpents coiled, magical signs whose meaning has been lost. These marks hint at traditions of ritual knowledge passed quietly through generations, not recorded in literary texts. The tablets preserve glimpses of this hidden world, though never enough to reconstruct it fully. The ambiguity extends to intention. Were these curses sincerely believed, or were they gestures of frustration, ritualized complaints with no expectation of fulfillment? The frequency with which they appear across the empire suggests a widespread trust in their power. Yet not every inscription carries the same tone. Some read with solemn precision, invoking gods of the underworld with detailed formulae. Others appear hastily scratched, emotional outbursts sealed into metal. The spectrum from calculated ritual to raw venting leaves interpretation open. What strikes modern readers most is the intimacy of the voices. Unlike grand inscriptions on monuments or official decrees, curse tablets belong to individuals at the margins. They are the words of people not often preserved in history. Small traders, lovers, litigants, gladiators, bathers. Their complaints concern stolen cloaks, cheating rivals, faithless partners. Through the tablets, ordinary lives surface fleetingly, though without the broader context that would complete their stories. At times, the tablets reveal cultural blending. In Gaul and Britain, local deities appear alongside Roman gods, invoked together in curses. The hybrid formulas reflect the mingling of traditions as Roman rule extended across provinces. In some cases, names of deities otherwise unknown appear, suggesting localized cults whose traces survive only on these scraps of lead. The tablets thus become not just personal artifacts, but records of religious diversity across the empire. The secrecy of their deposition adds to their mystique. Many were buried in graves, perhaps to enlist the dead in carrying out the curse. Others were hidden in wells or springs entrusted to the divine waters. Some were placed under thresholds or walls, unseen by those who lived above them. The very act of hiding meant they were not meant to be retrieved. They were offerings sealed away, not messages for human eyes. Their survival into modern times is accidental, the result of excavation rather than design. Because they were never meant to be read again, the tablets often lack explanation. A modern reader encounters a name, a plea, perhaps a drawing, but no background. Who was the thief? What was the rivalry? Why did the lover betray? The answers died with the petitioners. What remains are fragments of human emotion suspended in metal, legible yet incomplete. Archaeologists classify, translate, and publish them, but interpretation remains tentative. A curse tablet is less like a finished story than like a torn page from a diary. It reveals a voice in mid-sentence, stripped of its setting. This incompleteness is what renders them mysterious. They are artifacts whose meaning hovers just beyond reach, always suggested, never fully grasped. Yet their very obscurity makes them powerful windows into the Roman world. They show us that beneath the grandeur of emperors and legions, ordinary people sought justice, revenge, or control in small ways. They remind us that belief in unseen forces shaped daily life as much as law or politics. They demonstrate how ritual gave form to frustration, how the physical act of writing and hiding a curse offered a sense of agency when ordinary means failed. The cursed tablets of Rome are, in one sense, deeply human. They express anger, jealousy, love, fear, emotions unchanged across time. Yet they are also profoundly alien, products of a worldview where gods and spirits could be bound to act through lead and ink. This combination of familiarity and strangeness is what makes them forbidden artifacts in the modern imagination. We understand the words, but not the world that produced them. When displayed in museums, the tablets often sit unfolded behind glass, their inscriptions faint but visible under special lighting. Visitors lean close, reading names scratched by hands long gone. The small size of the tablets contrasts with the intensity of what they contain. They are miniature documents of longing and hostility carried across centuries. They speak quietly, but their voices are sharp. Scholars debate whether to call them curses or prayers. Some petitions ask not for harm but for justice, for stolen goods to be returned, for truth to emerge in court. Others demand suffering without mercy. The spectrum blurs boundaries between religion, law, and magic. To the Romans, the categories may not have been as distinct as they are to us. The tablets occupied a space where divine power could be sought for personal ends, whether noble or vindictive. The lead sheets endure because they were made to last. While parchment and papyrus decayed, the heavy metal preserved its words. Ironically, what was meant to remain hidden now survives more vividly than the writings once displayed openly. We can read the curses of bathers in Britain more clearly than the speeches of governors whose papers have crumbled away. The tablets subvert the hierarchy of preservation, giving voice to those least expected to be remembered. Each new discovery renews the puzzle. A tablet pulled from a grave in Germany lists names without explanation, each scratched in haste. Were they rivals, enemies, betrayers? Another from Italy calls on underworld gods to silence a lover's gossip. Did the curse succeed? The questions remain unanswered. The tablets resist closure. Perhaps that is their enduring allure. They are fragments of a world half known, artifacts that speak yet do not explain. They bind us not with curses but with curiosity, fastening our attention as tightly as they once sought to fasten the fates of their targets. Their meaning slips away, but their presence endures. The Roman curse tablets, folded in their secrecy, continue to emerge from the earth. They remind us that history is never whole, that even when words survive, context can be lost. They remain leaden puzzles, heavy with unanswered questions, testaments to both the voices of the past and the silences that surround them. The first impression is one of color. Greens that never quite match any leaf known in nature, blossoms painted with a patience that suggests familiarity, and roots sketched in fine strokes that seem deliberate, yet somehow untrue to what the earth actually grows. The manuscripts that have surfaced in scattered corners of the world bear this same strangeness. They resemble herbals, those old collections of plant knowledge used to record remedies, cures, and the natural order. But on closer examination, the leaves curl into impossible shapes, the stems twist in forms never catalogued, and the blossoms bloom with petals no botanist can classify. To compound the mystery, the texts that accompany them are written in scripts that belong to no documented language family, letters looping in unfamiliar directions, words defying any attempt at direct translation. These are the Voynich-like botanical manuscripts, scattered, partial, and enigmatic. Their resemblance to the famous Voynich manuscript, discovered in Europe and dated to the 15th century, is unmistakable, yet they appear in places far from that original context. Some are fragments brought to light by travelers in remote mountain valleys. Others rest quietly in monastery libraries, mislabeled and overlooked until curious eyes notice the plants that did not exist. Each example carries the aura of the forbidden, as though human knowledge was never meant to chart the pages so precisely while leaving understanding so completely absent. One such manuscript was found in Central Asia, tucked into the shelves of a village shrine. Its pages, though browned with age, carried vivid depictions of leafy plants rising from bulbous roots. None matched species familiar to the region. Some bore a resemblance to onions or lilies, yet branched in unnatural patterns. Others carried flowers shaped like stars, their petals overlapping in ways that no known biology supports. The script that wound between the drawings twisted in looping characters, recurring with the rhythm of words, yet unbroken by any alphabet familiar to linguists. When examined under magnification, the ink showed flow consistent with a steady hand, no hesitation, no clumsy copying. Whoever wrote it knew this script, even if no one else today can read it. Another surfaced in the highlands of South America, preserved in a chest brought by missionaries during the 17th century. The leaves are broad, veined with intricate patterns, the roots splayed like sunbursts. Again, none correspond to known local plants. What is more, the language that sprawls across the margins is neither Spanish, Latin, nor any indigenous language documented in the colonial record. The pages seem to hover in a void between cultural spheres, their very existence out of place in the chronology we expect. When examined alongside the Voynich manuscript itself, these local examples share unsettling similarities. The same careful attention to detail, the same mixture of plausibility and impossibility in the drawings, the same unknown scripts arranged with the precision of a practiced scribe. Yet each regional find carries its own flavor, a distinct palette of colors, or a slightly different style of letter formation. They appear to be cousins rather than copies, related by some invisible lineage of knowledge we can no longer trace. Scholars who have studied them propose several theories. One is that they represent lost traditions of local medicine. Every culture developed herbal guides, and perhaps these manuscripts are echoes of such traditions, preserved in obscure scripts now forgotten. The strange plants might be symbolic rather than literal, composites representing qualities rather than species. But this interpretation falters against the sheer consistency of the drawings. The plants are too detailed, too carefully varied across pages to be mere symbols. They seem to strive toward realism, even as they drift into unreality. Another theory suggests deliberate invention. Perhaps scribes, working in isolation, created fantasy plants as exercises in artistry or devotion. The unknown scripts could be private codes, spiritual alphabets invented to mark these books as sacred. Yet again, the argument struggles with the depth of effort required. Entire manuscripts filled with coherent, consistent scripts are not casual inventions. They suggest languages fully internalized by their writers. No mere code produces the natural ease of repetition and variation that these pages display. Cryptographers have tested them with statistical analysis, measuring the frequency of characters, the patterns of spacing, the repetition of symbols. The results mirror the structures of natural languages. The scripts are not random doodles. They bear the fingerprints of linguistic systems, even if the languages themselves remain unidentified. This heightens the mystery. Real writing, conveying real content, paired with images of plants that never lived. The atmosphere surrounding these manuscripts has often been one of unease. Travelers who carried them to scholars reported local reluctance to part with them. In some communities, the books were said to hold dangerous knowledge, texts never meant to be read by outsiders. Their plants were seen as belonging to another realm, herbs of spirits rather than soil. In monasteries, they were sometimes stored apart from other works, their pages bound in plain covers that offered no hint of the strangeness within. When opened, the effect was unsettling. Line after line of letters no one could pronounce, page after page of plants no one could identify. Some modern researchers attempt to link them to traditions of esoteric knowledge, alchemy, astrology, or secret sects. Herbal drawings in medieval Europe often connected plants with celestial signs, linking earthly remedies with cosmic order. The Voynich-like manuscripts might represent parallel traditions, where invented plants conveyed hidden truths. Yet without a key to the scripts, these theories rest on speculation. The manuscripts remain mute, yielding patterns but no meaning. Their survival into the present is itself remarkable. Paper and parchment decay, inks fade, bindings crumble. That these works have endured suggests they were valued, kept deliberately safe through generations. They were not discarded as nonsense, but preserved as important, even sacred. That preservation speaks volumes about the significance once attributed to them, even if the reasons are lost. To encounter one in person is to feel a pull between recognition and alienation. The plants look almost real. A leaf curves with botanical accuracy. A flower is shaded as if from life. Yet then the details twist away. A root branches like lightning. A petal folds in mathematically precise spirals never found in nature. The mind strains to identify, to classify, to reconcile, but the plants refuse recognition. They remain caught between the plausible and the impossible. The text deepens the disquiet. Line after line of characters march across the page, grouped in words, flowing in paragraphs. The scribe's hand never falters, suggesting fluency. For them, this was not gibberish. It was language, as familiar as Latin to a monk or Greek to a scholar. To us, it is unreadable, a script unmoored from known families. Its very fluency makes its obscurity harder to accept. Attempts at translation have followed every discovery. Some claim the texts encode herbal recipes, with invented plants representing mixtures of real species. Others propose they record mystical visions, plants seen in trance or dream. A few suggest contact with knowledge outside the mainstream of recorded history, traditions suppressed or forgotten. None of these explanations has achieved consensus. Each manuscript remains a closed book, literally and figuratively. The cultural resonance of these works grows precisely because they resist explanation. In them, we glimpse the limits of scholarship, the edges where knowledge frays. We can analyze pigments, date parchment, classify handwriting, but we cannot unlock the meaning. They defy assimilation into tidy narratives of history. They remind us that the past is not fully mapped, that there are corridors of human thought still closed to us. In recent years, digital imaging has revealed even more details. Multispectral scans show underdrawings beneath the visible ink, corrections made by scribes, faint guidelines for plant shapes. The care taken in composition is evident. These were not idle sketches. They were crafted with attention, revised with purpose. Every detail points to significance, even if that significance remains beyond our reach. The allure of these manuscripts lies not only in their content, but in their atmosphere. They evoke worlds of knowledge that operated outside official canons, traditions passed quietly, written in tongues that faded from memory. They blur the line between science and myth, between the natural and the invented. They present us with the unsettling idea that entire systems of thought may have flourished and vanished, leaving behind only books that we can see but not understand. Placed in display cases, their pages draw crowds. Visitors lean forward, tracing the odd leaves with their eyes, trying to force recognition. Some linger on the script, imagining what it would sound like if spoken aloud. Others simply absorb the unease of being confronted with text that is both obviously meaningful and completely inaccessible. The manuscripts demand attention precisely because they resist it. What unites all examples, whether found in Europe, Asia, or the Americas, is their combination of precision and strangeness. They are too carefully made to be dismissed, too consistent to be random, too alien to be explained. They sit uneasily in the category of artifact, belonging equally to history and to mystery. In their persistence, they remind us that human knowledge is not cumulative in a simple line. Traditions are lost, languages vanish, and systems of meaning collapse. What remains are fragments that tantalize but never resolve. The Voynich-like manuscripts embody this truth. They are both books and riddles, both art and enigma. They survive to confront us with the uncomfortable reality that not all human creation can be neatly catalogued. For those who seek certainty, the manuscripts frustrate. For those who seek wonder, they are inexhaustible. They hold a mirror to our desire to know and our inability to know fully. They carry forward the mystery of the Voynich manuscript, extending it across continents, suggesting that whatever impulse created that famous book was not isolated, but part of a wider phenomenon. The plants that never grew, the scripts that no one can read, the books preserved against time, they remain among the strangest legacies of the past. They remind us that history is not simply what we can explain, but also what we cannot. Their pages are still waiting, their languages still sealed, their secrets still intact. The fragments are black basalt, their surfaces rough yet stubbornly resilient. Dug from the soil of northern Israel in the early 1990s, they once formed part of a larger monument, a stele raised to commemorate victory and proclaim dominion. Even in broken form, the Tel Dan Stele carries the weight of ancient authority. Lines of Aramaic text stretch across its face, some intact, others fractured by time. For most observers, it is the words themselves that matter, the earliest extra-biblical reference to the house of David. But look more closely, and something stranger appears. Certain letters curve where others in the same inscription keep to angles. Idioms surface that echo neighboring cultures but bend them into shapes not seen elsewhere. The writing resists neat classification. Its peculiarities have unsettled scholars for decades, raising questions about who carved it, why the script departs from norms, and what cultural exchanges it encodes in stone. Unlike manuscripts, which can be altered and recopied, inscriptions cut into basalt bear a permanence that resists revision. Each groove was hammered with intent, each line meant to last. The Tel Dan fragments preserve about 13 lines of text, recording triumphs of a king, likely an Aramean ruler from Damascus, over Israelite adversaries. But the anomalies in form and phrasing draw as much attention as the boast itself. In the 7th century before the Common Era, scribal practices were already well developed in the Levant. Kingdoms maintained trained artisans who reproduced letter forms with remarkable consistency. Yet here, on this victory stele, certain letters elongate or bend into unexpected shapes, creating patterns that scholars call L-shaped. To grasp why this is odd, it helps to understand the rigidity of ancient epigraphy: Aramaic, Phoenician, Hebrew. These scripts followed trajectories of development that can be mapped across centuries. The shape of an aleph in one century differs predictably from that in another. The angle of a dalet distinguishes Phoenician from Hebrew forms. Through these changes, paleographers can date inscriptions within decades. But the Tel Dan fragments complicate this neat picture. Some letters conform to what one expects of Aramaic in the 9th or 8th century. Others resemble forms from Phoenicia. Still others twist into shapes not paralleled elsewhere, as though the scribe straddled traditions or deliberately innovated. The L shape in particular unsettles expectations. A certain letter bends into an angular corner that seems unnecessary, given simpler ways to carve it. Another extends its vertical stroke downward before hooking sharply across, almost decorative in its flourish. These are not mistakes. They repeat consistently enough to suggest intention. Yet no corpus of inscriptions from neighboring kingdoms shows the same habit. Was the scribe trained in multiple schools? Was this a regional variant lost elsewhere to time? Or was the unusual form meant to mark the monument with distinctiveness, a visual signal of authority through deviation? Beyond letter forms, idioms also confound. The phrasing of victory recalls formulae found in Moabite and Assyrian inscriptions, but with subtle divergences. Words are borrowed yet twisted, like echoes distorted through stone corridors. A line may boast of striking down chariots, but the verb used is rare, attested only here and in a distant dialect. Another section names kings subdued, yet the syntax feels foreign, its rhythm unlike standard Aramaic proclamations. For epigraphers, these deviations are both tantalizing and troubling. They hint at networks of cultural contact wider than texts alone reveal, yet they resist tidy placement in the map of languages. The historical importance of the Tel Dan Stele cannot be overstated. Its mention of the House of David anchors biblical tradition in extra-biblical evidence, a rarity in the archaeological record. But to focus only on that phrase is to miss the deeper puzzle. The very way the letters are shaped complicates any claim to straightforward historical certainty. Was the reference copied from another text? Was the carver improvising from oral tradition? The anomalies keep such questions alive. Some scholars argue the irregularities prove the inscription was produced hastily, perhaps under political pressure. A military victory demanded commemoration, and the artisan, less trained than court scribes of great capitals, carved as best he could. Regional variation, they argue, should not surprise us in a frontier zone where traditions mingled. Others resist this view, pointing out the care taken in the overall layout. The lines are even, the spacing deliberate. This was not careless work. The unusual forms, therefore, must have carried meaning, even if that meaning is lost to us. Debates spill into broader cultural questions. If the stele reflects Aramean influence, why do some forms echo Phoenician practice? If it was carved in Damascus, why does its language drift toward Israelite idiom? Was it the product of a borderland, a scribe trained across cultures? Or does it represent a deliberate attempt to fashion an authoritative voice that blended traditions to command wider recognition? Each possibility shifts how we understand not only the artifact, but the politics of its age. The fragments themselves complicate matters further. Found reused in a later wall, they are incomplete, broken into 3 main pieces with gaps between lines. This forces reconstruction, and in those gaps, interpretation grows slippery. The L-shaped anomalies stand out because they survive intact, perhaps others were lost in missing portions. The very incompleteness of the stele adds to its air of mystery, as if the stone wishes to reveal just enough to spark debate, but never enough to resolve it. The unusual letter forms also raise questions about scribal identity. In ancient kingdoms, scribes were more than writers. They were keepers of knowledge, trained through years of apprenticeship. To deviate from standard forms was unusual, even bold. Did the scribe of Tel Dan carve as he had been taught in some local school, now otherwise unknown? Or did he innovate deliberately, marking the victory with a distinctive style? In either case, the anomaly speaks to human agency, the decision of one artisan centuries ago echoing into present debates. Beyond the scholarly discussions, the Tel Dan Stele holds a quiet fascination for visitors who encounter it in museums. Its basalt surface, chipped yet legible, carries the aura of survival. The letters, though strange in shape, are crisp, their strokes sharp against the stone. Visitors may not recognize the oddities of epigraphy, but they sense the presence of something unusual. The script looks foreign even to those familiar with Semitic alphabets, its curves and corners not quite aligning with expectation. The anomaly becomes visible even to the untrained eye, stirring the same puzzlement that grips experts. The stele also highlights the fragility of interpretation. For centuries, scholars have built chronologies on the development of letter forms. The assumption is that scripts evolve predictably. But the Tel Dan anomalies remind us that human creativity can bend rules, that local variation can defy neat patterns. A single scribe's decision can ripple into debates centuries later. The stone challenges the rigidity of scholarly categories, urging humility before the complexity of the past. Some see in the anomalies traces of political messaging. By blending traditions, the inscription might have signaled dominion over multiple peoples. By choosing unusual idioms, the text might have marked itself as distinctive, proclaiming authority not only in content but in form. In this view, the L-shaped letters are not mistakes but strategies crafted to impress through novelty. The very oddness becomes a statement of power. Others propose that the anomalies record a moment of transition. Scripts evolve, and what appears strange in hindsight may have been the cutting edge of change. Perhaps the Tel Dan scribe stood at the cusp of epigraphic innovation, carving forms that would later vanish or transform. The stele thus preserves a snapshot of evolution, a fossil of writing caught in motion. Yet the lack of parallels elsewhere leaves uncertainty. Without supporting examples, the L-shapes remain isolated, too few to chart a trajectory. They hover in the record as singularities, unmoored from broader patterns. This isolation fuels the sense of mystery. The fascination with these anomalies lies partly in their resistance to resolution. Every theory remains provisional, every explanation open to counterexample. The stele refuses to be pinned down. It holds its secret in plain sight, inscribed in letters that can be read but not fully explained. The content proclaims victory, but the form whispers questions. For those drawn to the forbidden or the inexplicable, the Tel Dan Stele embodies the allure of artifacts that hover between known and unknown. It speaks in a language we can translate, yet its very shapes resist assimilation. It reminds us that history is not only about content, but about form, that even when words are clear, meaning can slip away through the angle of a stroke, the curve of a letter. The basalt fragments remain, heavy and inscrutable. Their letters march across the surface, some ordinary, others bent into those strange L shapes. They carry with them the voices of scribes, kings, and scholars across centuries. They remind us that even in the heart of recorded history, anomalies persist, forms that do not fit, idioms that do not conform, scripts that defy tidy classification. The Tel Dan Stele stands as both monument and riddle, carved with authority, yet leaving questions that no victory can silence. The figure emerged from the dark earth not with grandeur, but with quiet strangeness. When peat cutters worked the bog near Ralaghan in County Cavan, Ireland, in the year 1930, they drew out a length of wood unlike the roots and branches usually exhumed from such wet ground. Its form was deliberate, carved by human hands centuries earlier. It stood tall for a wooden artifact, nearly 3 feet in length, the upper portion shaped into a head and torso. Where arms should have extended, there were none. Where features might be expected to conform to clear gender, ambiguity reigned. The face bore expression, simple yet unmistakably human, but the body refused to declare male or female. This combination of familiarity and refusal unsettles and captivates anyone who stands before the Ralaghan Idol. Peat bogs across Ireland and northern Europe have yielded many preserved remnants of the past. Butter packed in wooden containers, leather shoes, jewelry, even entire human bodies. The waterlogged, oxygen-poor conditions halt decay and allow organic matter to survive. Yet wooden figures rarely endure so long, their fibers usually crumbling away. For the Ralaghan Idol to persist from the late Bronze Age into the 20th century was already remarkable. Its survival provides a glimpse into a world otherwise known mainly through stone, metal, and soil. To hold or even observe wood carved by Bronze Age tools creates a line of continuity across more than 2,000 years, a reminder that the people of that distant age worked with materials that were living once, drawn from forests that no longer exist. The figure itself is slender, carved from yew wood, a tree associated in later times with graveyards, poison, and longevity. The choice of yew is suggestive, though certainty eludes us. Its head tilts slightly, with features reduced to notches and grooves. The eyes are shallow, the nose hinted by a ridge, the mouth a simple cut. Despite this minimalism, viewers often describe the expression as haunting or intense. The torso narrows and extends downward into a tapering lower body. Instead of arms, 2 shallow depressions appear at the sides, as though to mark their absence rather than attempt their presence. Near the waistline, the carver made an incision that some interpret as sexual, yet its form allows both male and female readings. It resists categorization, resting instead in ambiguity. When archaeologists first studied the idol, they struggled to classify it. Was it a fertility symbol, a ritual offering, a representation of a deity now lost to memory? The absence of arms suggested incompleteness, but perhaps that very incompleteness was meaningful. Bogs were liminal places in the Bronze Age, landscapes where people deposited offerings, weapons, and even human lives. The Ralaghan Idol may have been intended not for display, but for deposition, an object created to cross a threshold between human and divine. Its ambiguous gender could have embodied fertility in its totality, encompassing male and female together, or perhaps it signified an otherworldly being unconstrained by categories. The bog in which the idol was found offered few contextual clues. Unlike some discoveries that occur within structured deposits or near ritual enclosures, the Ralaghan Idol lay in isolation. No associated artifacts were recovered, no hoard of metalwork or bones to hint at its purpose. Its context is as enigmatic as its form. This absence both frustrates and liberates interpretation. Without companions to narrow the meaning, the idol floats in possibility, its function open to speculation. Comparisons have been drawn with other wooden figures across Europe. In Denmark and Germany, bog idols carved from oak or other woods have been unearthed, some bearing exaggerated features, others simplified to abstract forms. Many of these are associated with Iron Age ritual, sometimes found near causeways or wetlands where sacrifices were made. The Ralaghan Idol, however, predates most of them, belonging to the late Bronze Age. Its simplicity aligns it with a broader tradition of anthropomorphic figures, yet its particular ambiguity remains distinctive. Where some idols display overt sexual characteristics, the Ralaghan figure refuses clarity. Where others emphasize arms raised in gesture, this one leaves the sides bare. The choice of yew cannot be overlooked. In pre-Christian Europe, yew carried layers of meaning. Its toxicity made it dangerous, yet its longevity marked it as sacred. Yew trees can live for thousands of years, their trunks hollowing and regenerating. To carve a figure from yew may have linked the idol to death and renewal, a cycle mirrored in the bog itself, a place that consumes but also preserves. Perhaps the figure embodied not a god but a principle, a representation of continuity between life and death. Or perhaps it was a vessel, its body meant to carry prayers or curses into the wet earth. One detail often noted is the incision at the waist. Some archaeologists describe it as a vulva-like mark, suggesting the figure may have represented female fertility. Others note that its vertical cut could also symbolize male traits. The ambiguity may have been deliberate, an attempt to represent a totality of life or to avoid pinning the figure to one role. In cultures where fertility was sacred, encompassing both seed and womb, such ambiguity might have held power. The lack of arms, too, could carry symbolic meaning, perhaps indicating surrender, vulnerability, or the otherworldly nature of the being depicted. The head's expression also provokes reflection. Though simple, it conveys a presence difficult to ignore. Visitors often remark that it feels watchful, as though the carver captured not just a likeness but an essence. Minimal lines create the impression of awareness. In this sense, the Ralaghan Idol demonstrates the power of abstraction. By leaving much unsaid, it compels the viewer to project, to fill in with imagination or intuition. That same openness may have served ritual purposes, allowing participants to see in the figure what they needed to see: ancestor, deity, spirit, or symbol. The discovery of the idol in 1930 coincided with a growing interest in Irish prehistory. Archaeologists sought to recover evidence of ancient traditions that had been obscured by later history. The Ralaghan Idol fit into this narrative as a rare survival, linking Ireland to broader European traditions of wooden figures in wetlands. Yet it also stood apart, its Bronze Age dating placing it earlier than many parallels. Its uniqueness within Ireland gave it significance not only for prehistory, but for cultural identity, suggesting that Irish ritual practices were both connected to and distinct from continental patterns. Over time, the idol has inspired interpretations beyond archaeology. Artists and writers have found in its form a source of creativity. Its abstraction resonates with modern art, echoing the reduction of features to essentials. Its ambiguity aligns with contemporary explorations of gender and identity. In this way, the Ralaghan Idol continues to live, not only as a relic of the Bronze Age, but as a catalyst for present reflection. From a technical perspective, the carving shows skill, yet restraint. Bronze Age tools were capable of finer detail, yet the figure remains simple. This simplicity may reflect intention rather than limitation. To carve arms or detailed features would have risked breakage in the soft wood, but it would also have tied the figure to specific identity. By leaving it generalized, the carver allowed it to stand for more than one being. The incision at the waist, carefully placed, is the only overt marker, and its ambiguity ensures that interpretation remains fluid. The preservation of the idol owes much to the bog. Without such conditions, the figure would have rotted away within decades. The peat's acidity and lack of oxygen sealed it against decay, suspending it across millennia. This preservation itself carries symbolic resonance. An object meant perhaps as an offering to the earth was taken in and held, not consumed but safeguarded until rediscovery. The bog became both tomb and guardian, keeping the figure intact for modern eyes. Debates continue about the idol's role: fertility cult, ritual sacrifice, representation of the dead, effigy of a deity, all remain possible. Some scholars caution against imposing too much meaning, reminding us that prehistoric artifacts often defy singular interpretation. Yet the very persistence of debate demonstrates the idol's power. It invites questions, demands attention, resists closure. Its form, reduced yet expressive, ensures that it cannot be dismissed. In considering the Ralaghan Idol, one might reflect on the human impulse to create figures. Across cultures, people carve wood, stone, or bone into likenesses of themselves or imagined beings. These figures mediate between the human and the divine, the living and the dead. The Ralaghan Idol belongs to this universal impulse. yet its particular execution sets it apart. Its lack of arms, ambiguous gender, and expressive face make it unique within the corpus of prehistoric art. It embodies both connection to a wider tradition and distinctiveness within its own culture. Standing before the idol today, one encounters not a grand monument but a modest carving, yet its modesty belies its impact. In its 3 feet of yew wood, it condenses questions about life, death, identity, and ritual. It refuses to resolve into clarity, remaining instead a riddle carved thousands of years ago and preserved by chance. Its very survival is improbable, and its meaning remains elusive. This combination ensures its place among artifacts that captivate not only archaeologists, but all who seek to understand the human past. Perhaps the most compelling aspect of the Ralaghan Idol is its refusal to answer. It does not declare itself. It offers presence without explanation, expression without narrative. That refusal is its gift. It teaches that the past does not exist to provide certainty, but to remind us of complexity. The idol remains, a wooden figure from a bog, carved by hands we cannot name, carrying meanings we cannot fix. It endures as an invitation to reflect, to imagine, to accept the persistence of mystery. A single block of stone rises upon the high plateau of Bolivia, cut from andesite and set with a precision that defies its weathered age. This is the Gate of the Sun at Tiahuanaco, a monument that continues to perplex archaeologists, astronomers, and historians alike. Measuring over 9 feet in height and more than 12 feet in width, it weighs close to 10 tons, and yet it is carved from a single piece of rock. The gate itself is extraordinary, but it is the intricate reliefs incised upon its face that have carried the greatest aura of mystery. At their center, a figure known as the staff god gazes outward, flanked by rows of winged attendants, surrounded by symbols whose meanings have been debated for well over a century. These embedded motifs seem to map a cosmology, perhaps even an astronomical calendar, that surpasses what conventional narratives of the Tiahuanaco culture allow. Tiahuanaco, sometimes spelled Tiwanaku, flourished on the Andean Altiplano near Lake Titicaca, thousands of feet above sea level. Its origins stretch back at least to the first millennium before the Common Era, and its influence spread widely through the central Andes until its decline around the 11th century. The city was a center of ritual, trade, and monumental construction, producing stonework that astonishes modern engineers. The Gate of the Sun stands within this context, yet it appears almost to transcend it. Unlike other monuments, it is not simply a wall or a temple, but a portal, a structure that suggests passage between worlds. At the heart of the gate stands the enigmatic figure often called the staff god, a deity recognizable across Andean cultures. This being holds a rod or staff in each hand, symbols of authority and cosmic power. Rays or tears extend from its face, creating a halo effect. Surrounding it are 32 winged figures, some with human faces, others with condor heads. Beneath them, carved across horizontal registers, march another 8 winged attendants. The repetition of numbers, 32 and 8, has led many scholars to speculate on calendrical significance. The number 40, combined from the 2 rows, does not easily align with lunar or solar cycles, but perhaps represented ritual divisions of the year known only to the Tiahuanaco priests. Others have seen in the 32 an allusion to days in a month or to astronomical phenomena. What strikes observers most is the degree of abstraction and regularity. The figures are not random ornaments, but carefully arranged, symmetrical and rhythmic. The Gate of the Sun, therefore, seems less like decoration and more like inscription, a message carved in stone. Yet deciphering that message remains elusive. Some propose that the central figure represents Viracocha, a creator god later revered by the Inca, depicted here in one of his earliest known forms. Others argue that the arrangement records solstices and equinoxes, or that it maps the movements of Venus, a planet with deep significance in Andean astronomy. Still others insist that the gate functions as a monumental calendar, encoding divisions of the year into its carved reliefs. The astronomical theory gained traction in the early 20th century, when researchers noted that the number of figures could align with a solar calendar if counted in specific ways. They suggested that the 32 figures above might represent days or half months, while the 8 below might correspond to additional periods, producing a system of 364 or 365 days. The symmetry of the carvings appeared to reinforce this view, yet problems arise. The numbers do not match neatly with lunar months or solar years, and no clear evidence links the reliefs to observational astronomy. Critics caution that imposing calendars onto any set of numbers risks forcing patterns where none exist. Nevertheless, the gate's location strengthens the astronomical argument. Set upon the high plateau, Tiahuanaco enjoys clear horizons and wide skies, ideal for sky watching. Archaeological evidence shows that the culture aligned other structures to solar events, such as the Kalasasaya temple, whose walls mark solstices and equinoxes. If the builders tracked the heavens elsewhere, why not here? The Gate of the Sun may have functioned as both monument and instrument, a carved record of celestial knowledge and a stage for rituals tied to the cycles of the sky. Yet the reliefs resist reduction to astronomy alone. Their symbolic power extends beyond numbers. The staff god, flanked by winged beings, projects authority across dimensions. Some interpret the tears streaming from its face as rain, linking the figure to fertility and agricultural cycles. Others see them as rays of light, a solar deity shedding illumination. The staffs themselves, tipped with complex patterns, may signify plants, weapons, or axes, further broadening interpretation. The surrounding figures, with their mixture of human and condor heads, suggest a blending of earthly and celestial realms, the fusion of human and avian signifying travel between worlds. This ambiguity reflects the richness of Andean religious life. Gods were not confined to single roles but embodied multiple aspects of existence. The Gate of the Sun captures this complexity in stone, presenting a deity who is both solar and agricultural, both earthly and cosmic. The reliefs, then, are not puzzles to be solved into singular meaning, but layered symbols meant to resonate on many levels. Still, the suggestion that the reliefs encode advanced knowledge continues to attract attention. Some claim that the numbers correspond to cycles of Venus, whose synodic period is close to 584 days. If the figures were counted in groups, the numbers might approximate Venusian cycles, linking the monument to planetary observation. Others suggest links to lunar eclipses, agricultural calendars, or even more speculative cosmological systems. Each proposal highlights the gate's potential to carry more information than mere decoration. The precision of the carving adds to this impression. Despite erosion, the lines remain sharp, the figures clear. The gate was carved from a single block of andesite, an incredibly hard stone. To shape it with such accuracy would have required tools and techniques not easily explained by Bronze Age technology. This has led some to argue for lost methods or advanced knowledge. Archaeologists counter that patient labor with stone hammers and abrasives can achieve such results, given time and skill. Yet the monument still inspires awe for its craftsmanship. The gate's history complicates interpretation. At some point in antiquity, the massive block broke, leaving a crack that runs from top to bottom. Whether this fracture occurred during construction, through earthquake, or later reuse remains uncertain. The break disrupts the symmetry of the reliefs, yet they remain legible. The damage suggests that the monument once stood in a different location, perhaps forming part of a larger complex. Its current position may not reflect its original orientation, further challenging astronomical theories. Accounts from early European visitors describe the gate already broken and standing alone, surrounded by ruins. Local traditions linked Tiahuanaco to Viracocha, who was said to have created the world and taught humans civilization. The Gate of the Sun, with its central figure, may have been seen as his image, gazing across the plateau. The association with creation myths reinforces the idea that the reliefs carried cosmological meaning. Modern archaeological work at Tiahuanaco has revealed a sophisticated society with agricultural innovations, monumental architecture, and wide-ranging trade. Yet the Gate of the Sun continues to stand apart, as though encapsulating more than can be explained by conventional accounts. Its symbols appear too complex, its execution too deliberate to be reduced to simple decoration. It draws the gaze upward to the sky and inward to the mysteries of meaning. To sit before the gate in the thin air of the Altiplano is to feel both presence and absence. Presence in the weight of the stone, the clarity of the carving, the authority of the staff god. Absence in the silence of interpretation, the uncertainty of meaning, the lost voices of those who carved it. The monument holds its message still, unread by modern eyes. What remains certain is its endurance. Carved perhaps 1500 years ago, it has survived earthquakes, storms, and centuries of neglect. Its symbols still speak, even if their language eludes us. The Gate of the Sun embodies the paradox of archaeology. The more we uncover, the more mysteries we find. Each relief, each figure, each number invites interpretation, yet none yields certainty. The monument's power lies precisely in that ambiguity. It does not close itself to a single reading, but opens itself to many. It is astronomical and agricultural, cosmological and political, artistic and ritual. It is all of these, and perhaps more. The Gate of the Sun reminds us that ancient cultures were not simple or primitive, but capable of layered symbolism that still challenges modern thought. The embedded reliefs continue to attract researchers who bring new methods to old questions. Digital imaging, 3D scanning, and astronomical simulation have been applied to the gate, testing alignments and analyzing patterns. Yet even with technology, the mystery persists. Numbers can be matched to cycles, but not proven. Symbols can be linked to myths, but not confirmed. The stone resists definitive translation. Visitors today see the same reliefs carved centuries ago. They see the staff god holding his staffs, the rays streaming from his face, the winged attendants encircling him. They feel the weight of mystery pressing from the stone. The Gate of the Sun stands not merely as an artifact, but as a riddle, a carved testament to human creativity and cosmic curiosity. Its embedded reliefs preserve a message beyond words, a message that continues to fascinate, frustrate, and inspire. Perhaps that is the true meaning of the monument, to endure as a bridge between worlds, between past and present, between human and divine, between certainty and wonder. The reliefs remain, etched into stone, waiting for interpretation yet refusing to yield it fully. They draw us into the cosmos as the people of Tiahuanaco saw it, a universe alive with gods, cycles, and mysteries. The Gate of the Sun has stood for centuries on the high plateau, weathering wind and rain, enduring fracture and loss. It continues to gaze outward with the face of the staff god, surrounded by his attendants, carrying symbols that speak of a cosmology both familiar and strange. Whatever meaning it once held, it still holds power. Power not in answers, but in questions. The embedded reliefs keep alive the sense of a world larger than explanation, a cosmos carved into stone, an enigma set against the sky. Imagine standing on a small Pacific island, where the dense greenery gives way to narrow paths lined with enormous circular stones, each taller than a man and wider than the span of outstretched arms. These massive discs are not scattered randomly, nor are they merely decorative. For centuries, they were money. Not coins to slip into a pocket, not paper to fold into a pouch, but monumental carved stones, some weighing several tons, immovable to all but the most determined groups of men. These were the rye stones of Yap, among the most unusual forms of currency ever devised by human society. The island of Yap lies within the Federated States of Micronesia, in the western Pacific Ocean. It is part of the Carolina Islands, an area dotted with lush tropical atolls, coral reefs, and volcanic formations. To the outside world, Yap may seem like an isolated place, but for its people, connections across the sea were vital. Centuries before Europeans arrived, the Yapese were master navigators, capable of reading swells, stars, and bird flight patterns to traverse open water. Their skills allowed them to journey to distant islands to obtain what their home lacked, specifically the limestone required to carve rye stones. On Yap itself, there is no natural limestone suitable for the making of these discs. The island's geology offered basalt and other volcanic rock, but not the pale, workable stone necessary for carving the currency. Instead, expeditions were mounted to distant islands, often more than 200 miles away, where deposits of limestone could be found. Imagine the scene. Canoes lashed together into double hulls, sails catching the trade winds, dozens of men rowing in unison, setting out across the vast expanse of ocean. These journeys were feats of endurance and skill, for the sea was unforgiving, storms could rise without warning, and every crossing carried risk. Yet they made these voyages repeatedly, not for gold or spices, but for rock to shape into money. The stones themselves vary dramatically in size. Some are small enough to be carried in two hands, no larger than a dinner plate. Others, however, are immense, stretching up to 12 feet in diameter and weighing several tons. Each stone is circular, with a hole cut through the center. This hole allowed a wooden pole to be passed through, enabling groups of men to lift and carry the stone, though only with enormous effort. Moving one of the largest discs even a short distance was a communal affair, involving ropes, levers, and teamwork. What gave these discs their value was not their physical size alone, though that was certainly important. Value was also measured by the difficulty of their acquisition, the distance traveled, the danger endured, the lives risked to bring the stone home. A smaller stone obtained through great peril might be considered more valuable than a larger one secured with ease. The story of a stone, its history and the circumstances of its transport was often as significant as its physical dimensions. Ownership was tracked through oral tradition, each stone's lineage remembered by the community. One famous account tells of a particularly enormous stone being transported by canoe when disaster struck. The vessel overturned, and the stone sank into the depths of the sea. Yet because the community knew of the effort and sacrifice involved, the stone continued to be recognized as belonging to its owner, even though it was lost. This illustrates a fascinating aspect of the Rai system. Value did not always require physical possession. What mattered was communal acknowledgement. As long as everyone agreed, a stone could remain currency, even if it lay unreachable on the ocean floor. Unlike modern money, Rai stones were rarely exchanged for everyday transactions. They were not used for buying fish, coconuts, or cloth. Instead, they functioned in the realm of major social and ceremonial exchanges, marriage agreements, inheritance, treaties, and compensation for disputes. Their movement marked significant moments in the life of the community. When a stone changed ownership, it often stayed physically in place, lining village pathways or standing before meeting houses, while everyone simply acknowledged that its ownership had shifted. This collective recognition gave the system its strength. The social function of Rai stones extended beyond mere currency. They were symbols of prestige and social standing. Families with many stones held influence, their wealth visible in the towering discs that lined their lands. Chiefs in particular used the stones to reinforce authority, bestowing or demanding them during political dealings. But even ordinary families could accumulate them, linking their household stories to the larger narrative of the community. The process of carving and transporting Rai stones was itself a communal ritual. When expeditions returned with quarried limestone, the entire community became involved in shaping the raw blocks into discs. The central hole was laboriously drilled and the surface smoothed using tools of shell and stone. The largest stones could take months of work, demanding not only physical labor, but also cooperation and shared purpose. Every blow of a tool, every chant sung during the work, was part of embedding meaning into the currency. The stones were not inert objects. They embodied labor, danger, cooperation, and tradition. European contact added a new chapter to the story of the Rai stones. When the first outsiders arrived in Yap during the 19th century, they were astonished by this form of money. Some traders sought to exploit the system, transporting stones with modern tools and ships, dramatically reducing the effort required. One Irish-American sea captain, David O'Keefe, famously entered Yapese history by using Western equipment to quarry and transport stones in the 1800s. He provided large numbers of discs in exchange for copra and other trade goods, effectively flooding the market with new Rai stones. At first glance, one might assume that this would devalue the currency. After all, if stones could suddenly be transported with ease, would they not lose their worth? But the Yapese adjusted. Stones obtained through traditional, perilous means retained higher prestige, while those brought with modern assistance were considered less significant. Value, once again, was tied not only to the physical object, but to its story, its journey, and the effort invested. The community's oral memory ensured that meaning remained intact despite outside interference. This resilience reveals something profound about money itself. All currency, whether stone, metal, or paper, is based on shared belief. It has value because a community agrees it does. In Yap, the agreement was literal and oral, embedded in memory and tradition. A stone lying in a distant location, even one sunk beneath the sea, could still function as currency because the community recognized its story. In the modern world, we carry digital numbers in bank accounts, intangible yet valuable, sustained by the same kind of collective belief. The Rye stones highlight that money is less about substance than about trust. Scholars studying the Rye stones often emphasize this insight. Anthropologists view them as a window into how societies create value and meaning. Economists too see parallels with modern systems, noting how symbolic value can outweigh physical reality. The Rye stones demonstrate that money does not need to be portable, divisible, or even visible to function effectively. It only requires communal acknowledgement. For the people of Yap, the stones remain significant today, though not as functional currency. Modern money, introduced through global contact, has replaced them for daily use. Yet Rye stones are still markers of heritage and pride. Many line village paths, standing upright in rows, visible reminders of history. They are featured in ceremonies, honored as cultural treasures. The system that once governed wealth and status has shifted, but the stones themselves endure as symbols of identity. Walking among them, a visitor senses the weight not only of the stones, but of centuries of tradition. Their surfaces, weathered and pitted, hold the marks of ancient tools. Their holes, once used for carrying poles, gape like memories of voyages long past. Each stone embodies a story, of men paddling across open ocean, of storms weathered, of ceremonies celebrated. Together, they form a landscape of memory, each disc a monument to both human ingenuity and communal belief. What fascinates modern observers is how the Rye stones challenge our assumptions about money. We think of currency as something to be spent frequently, exchanged quickly, and carried easily. But the Yapese model shows another possibility: money as monument, as social anchor, as symbol of cooperation. In a sense, Rye stones resemble modern central bank reserves, vast and rarely moved, serving as markers of value without needing to circulate daily. They remind us that wealth is as much about trust and recognition as it is about material possession. Even now, stories circulate of Rye stones lost in history. Some lie hidden in forests, reclaimed by vines. Others were taken by collectors or museums, removed from their cultural setting. A few remain underwater, their exact locations remembered by oral tradition but inaccessible. These absences are as telling as the stones that remain. They show how memory sustains value even in absence, how story can substitute for physical presence. The Rye stones also serve as a reminder of the extraordinary navigational skills of the Yapese. The voyages to distant islands required mastery of seafaring techniques long before the compass or sextant. By reading stars, currents, and bird flight, navigators guided canoes across hundreds of miles. This knowledge was sacred, passed through generations. Each successful voyage not only secured stone, but also reaffirmed human resilience against the immensity of the ocean. From a global perspective, the Rye stones have become emblematic of the diversity of human approaches to economics. They appear in textbooks, lectures, and documentaries as examples of primitive money, though the term hardly does justice to their sophistication. Rather than primitive, they demonstrate a nuanced understanding of value, trust, and society. They reveal that money does not need to be small or portable. It can be monumental, symbolic, and communal. Perhaps what lingers most is the image of those great discs standing quietly along village paths, aligned like sentinels of memory. They are not guarded in vaults, not locked away, but open to all, their value resting not in secrecy, but in collective recognition. In that openness lies their strength. Unlike coins that vanish into pockets, Rye stones remain visible, grounding wealth in the landscape itself. They merge economy with environment, reminding the community of its history every time they pass by. As we reflect on these massive discs, we see more than carved limestone. We see voyages across treacherous seas, communal labor, oral tradition, and the resilience of cultural meaning. We see the universality of money as shared belief, whether embodied in digital numbers or towering stones, and we see the creativity of human societies in shaping value out of the materials and circumstances available to them. The rye stones of Yap continue to inspire awe, not because of what they bought or sold, but because of what they represent, the ability of a community to agree, to remember, and to honor effort. They remind us that wealth is never merely material, it is always also a story. The fragments lie in museum drawers today, small enough to be overlooked by visitors in search of grander relics. Brass arcs and broken plates, their surfaces etched with delicate lines, survive as the remains of what was once a Persian astrolabe. To the untrained eye, they look like scraps of metal, remnants of an instrument broken and discarded. To scholars, however, they represent a puzzle of extraordinary depth. Carved upon their faces are scales that do not match any known tradition of astrolabe construction. These mysterious markings, precise yet undeciphered, leave the instrument incomplete not only in form, but in meaning. Astrolabes were among the most sophisticated instruments of the medieval Islamic world. By the 10th century, artisans across Persia, the Levant, and North Africa were crafting them from bronze and brass, combining geometry, astronomy, and art. With an astrolabe, a scholar could measure the altitude of stars, calculate prayer times, determine latitude, or explore problems of trigonometry. Each astrolabe embodied a universe of knowledge in miniature, a brass cosmos held in the hand. To find fragments of such an instrument from the 13th century is not unusual, but to find them marked with scales no one can interpret is profoundly unsettling. The fragments were unearthed not through excavation, but through circulation. They surfaced in collections during the 20th century, their provenance partly obscured, their original discovery site lost. Some suggest they were found in Iran, others propose they passed through trade routes extending into Central Asia. Without precise archaeological context, the pieces must speak for themselves. Etched upon them are scales that resist assimilation into known systems. Conventional astrolabes carry markings for degrees of arc, zodiac signs, or calendars. These fragments, however, bear subdivisions that do not correspond to degrees, and sequences that fail to align with any calendrical cycle. Their strangeness transforms them from broken tools into enigmas. To appreciate the puzzle, it helps to recall the structure of a typical astrolabe. At its core lies the mater, a hollowed disc holding plates engraved with projections of the sky. Above rests the rete, a skeletal framework with pointers for stars, rotating to model the heavens. On the back, scales record degrees, hours, and trigonometric tables. The fragments found represent portions of such plates and backscales. Their craftsmanship is exquisite, their lines cut with precision. Yet the arrangement of those lines remains foreign. Where one expects a familiar division of 360 degrees, the markings fall into irregular intervals. Where zodiacal signs should appear, strange symbols emerge instead. Speculation abounds. Some argue the fragments represent an experimental instrument, a craftsman's attempt to design a new scale for purposes now forgotten. Others suggest they encode a local calendar, perhaps lunar or agricultural, tied to rhythms of planting and harvest unique to a particular region. Still others whisper that the scales may reflect esoteric knowledge, astrological or mystical correspondences kept hidden from mainstream science. Without the missing parts of the astrolabe, the truth remains locked in brass. The 13th century in Persia was a time of turbulence and creativity. The Mongol invasions reshaped the political landscape, yet centers of learning such as Maraghe thrived. The Maraghe Observatory, founded under the Ilkhanid dynasty, became a hub of astronomical research, producing instruments and tables of great sophistication. It is tempting to link the fragments to such a milieu, where experimentation was encouraged and artisans pushed the boundaries of tradition. Perhaps the unknown scale was part of a project to refine planetary models or to reconcile discrepancies in lunar observation. If so, the fragments may be remnants of a forgotten chapter in the history of science, evidence that ideas once tested were later abandoned. Yet there is another possibility, that the fragments represent not innovation but secrecy. Medieval Islamic science often intersected with astrology, and astrology in turn intersected with esoteric practices. Instruments could carry hidden meanings, their scales serving both scientific and symbolic purposes. An astrolabe marked with an unknown scale may have belonged to a practitioner whose knowledge was never meant for wide circulation. Its destruction or abandonment might even have been deliberate, a way of keeping dangerous knowledge out of common hands. The mystery deepens when one examines the engravings themselves. Their precision suggests they were not idle ornament. The spacing of the subdivisions implies calculation, as though based on ratios or cycles. But the ratios do not match any known trigonometric functions or celestial periods. Some researchers have proposed that the scales might correspond to divisions of the day other than hours, perhaps unequal hours used in certain regions or divisions tied to ritual practice. Others suggest that they might encode steps of a mathematical algorithm, a teaching tool rather than an observational instrument. Each hypothesis illuminates a possibility, but none resolves the enigma. Holding the fragments, one is struck by their tactile presence. Brass polished by long use glimmers even in fragments. The etching is shallow but firm, resisting the erosion of time. Whoever made the instrument was skilled, trained in traditions of metalwork stretching back centuries. This was not the experiment of an amateur, but the labor of a master. The fact that its scales remain undeciphered suggests not error but intention. The craftsman was encoding something specific, though what that something was remains beyond our grasp. The fragments also raise questions of transmission. Persian astrolabes often carried inscriptions in Arabic or Persian, dedicatory notes to patrons or signatures of makers. On these pieces, such inscriptions are absent or broken away. The anonymity compounds the mystery. If we knew the maker, we might place the work within a school of thought. Without that anchor, we face only the bare markings, stripped of context, floating in uncertainty. For the historian of science, the fragments are a reminder that not all knowledge survives in tidy form. Libraries burn, instruments break, meanings are lost. The unknown scale may once have been perfectly intelligible to its maker and users, yet time has severed the link. To us, it appears as forbidden knowledge, not because it was deliberately concealed, but because it has slipped beyond recovery. In that sense, the fragments embody the fragility of transmission. They show how easy it is for entire systems of thought to vanish, leaving only traces that puzzle later generations. One might imagine the astrolabe whole, gleaming in a scholar's hand, its rete rotating across the stars. Perhaps it was used in a courtyard at night, aligning to Venus or Saturn. Perhaps it sat in a library as a teaching aid, its unknown scale explained to apprentices who memorized its use. Perhaps it belonged to a traveler, carried along trade routes, its markings tailored to distant skies. In each scenario, the instrument functioned, made sense, served a purpose. Only later, when broken and dispersed, did it become inexplicable. The beauty of the fragments lies in their resistance. They will not yield their meaning easily, yet they invite inquiry. They compel scholars to test hypotheses, to imagine lost traditions, to reconstruct forgotten practices. In doing so, they keep alive the spirit of curiosity that animated their creation. Even in incompleteness, they continue to function, not as instruments of calculation, but as instruments of wonder. The 13th century world of Persia was one where knowledge was both shared and guarded. Scholars translated Greek texts, expanded upon Indian mathematics, and developed new astronomical models. Yet alongside open inquiry flourished traditions of secrecy. Astrological guilds, mystical sects, esoteric schools. Instruments straddled these worlds, serving both science and mystery. The fragments of the Persian astrolabe may stand at this intersection, relics of a time when the boundary between science and the arcane was porous, when brass plates could carry both geometry and magic. The unknown scale continues to resist, yet perhaps resistance is its true lesson. Not all mysteries demand resolution. Some remind us of the limits of knowledge, of the vastness of what has been lost. To study the fragments is to confront humility, to accept that human ingenuity exceeds what history can preserve. In their brass lines lies a cosmos we can no longer read, a reminder that the past is not fully ours to master. Yet the fragments endure, and in their endurance they continue to provoke. They lie in drawers and display cases, waiting for eyes to trace their lines, for minds to wonder what they meant. They connect us to craftsmen who lived centuries ago, to scholars who measured the stars, to traditions that mingled science and mystery. They carry the weight of questions across time, etched into brass, broken yet eloquent. Whatever their purpose, the astrolabe fragments from 13th century Persia stand among the most haunting of forbidden artifacts. They embody knowledge both present and absent, encoded in scales we cannot read. They remind us that history is not a closed book, but a broken instrument, its pieces scattered, its meaning only partly recoverable. They call us to patience, to reflection, to the acceptance of mystery as part of human heritage. The fragments may never be decoded, yet they do not need to be. Their value lies not only in answers, but in questions, not only in function, but in wonder. They continue to hold our attention, to spark debate, to draw us into the world of 13th century Persia, where science, art, and the unknown met in brass. They are fragments, yes, but fragments that speak. A block of stone stands weathered in the Anatolian landscape, its surface etched with lines that resist translation. At first glance, the symbols resemble those of neighboring scripts, the hieroglyphs of the Hittites, the cuneiform of Mesopotamia, the enigmatic marks attributed to the Hurrians. Yet on closer inspection, the characters diverge. Their forms echo the familiar, but twist into variations unseen elsewhere. Neither catalogues of Hittite hieroglyphs nor lists of Hurrian syllabaries contain matches. Scholars, faced with these differences, classify the stele as inscribed in an unknown script. Its words are locked in stone, carrying meanings across millennia that remain hidden. The discovery of the stele came during surveys of central Anatolia in the 20th century, when archaeologists catalogued ancient remains across valleys once dominated by the Hittite Empire. The stone was not monumental in size, rising only a few feet, but its surface drew immediate attention. Rows of symbols covered its face, arranged with deliberate order. Unlike random scratches or weathering, the markings displayed structure, repeated signs, consistent spacing, symmetry that suggested grammar. This was not accident, but language. Yet what language remained unclear. Context offered only partial clues. The stele was found near ruins tentatively linked to post-Hittite settlements, dating perhaps to the early first millennium before the Common Era. By that time, the great Hittite capital of Hattusa had fallen, and smaller polities dotted the Anatolian plateau. Hurrian groups had long interacted with the region, contributing to cultural exchange. Into this milieu, the stele fits as artifact, but its script eludes placement. It may represent a local adaptation of Hurrian writing, or an experimental system, or even a wholly separate script now otherwise lost. For epigraphers, the frustration lies in recognition without comprehension. The human brain searches for patterns, and the stele offers plenty. Certain characters recur with frequency, suggesting vowels or common syllables. Others appear only once, likely representing names or rare words. The layout hints at directionality, perhaps left to right, perhaps top to bottom. Yet without a bilingual inscription, a Rosetta Stone of sorts, the marks remain mute. Each sign whispers familiarity but denies certainty. Theories multiply. Some scholars see in the script Proto-Hurrian an ancestor form predating known Hurrian cuneiform. The Hurrians, who flourished in northern Mesopotamia and Syria during the second millennium before the Common Era, left texts in borrowed cuneiform adapted to their language. But their own script, if it existed, has never been found. Could the Anatolian stele preserve such a writing system, a bridge between oral Hurrian tradition and the cuneiform texts recorded under foreign influence? If so, the stone represents not just a local artifact, but a missing link in the history of writing. Others urge caution. The resemblance to Hurrian, they argue, may be illusory. Scripts evolve independently, and geometric marks can converge by chance. The Anatolian plateau hosted multiple cultures after the fall of the Hittites, each experimenting with symbols for administration, ritual, or memory. The stele may belong to one such local system, unrelated to Hurrian, but born of the same impulse to fix language in stone. In this view, The unknown script is less a bridge than an island, isolated, unique, perhaps used for only a generation before fading away. The content of the inscription invites speculation. Stelae in the region often served as boundary markers, commemorative monuments, or dedications to deities. The Anatolian stone may have recorded a ruler's name, a treaty, a prayer, or a curse. Without translation, its message is invisible, but parallels from neighboring cultures suggest possible genres. If it were a dedication, it may have named gods now forgotten. If it were a boundary marker, it may have described lands long vanished beneath soil. Its secrecy frustrates but also fascinates, preserving a message withheld across centuries. The physicality of the stele deepens the mystery. Carved from local limestone, it bears signs of weathering yet remains legible. The engraver's hand was skilled, cutting lines of consistent depth and proportion. This was not casual graffiti, but formal inscription, likely commissioned and valued. Its modest size suggests it was meant for local display, perhaps at a sanctuary or village square. To those who passed it daily, the marks would have been comprehensible. To us, they are enigmatic. Attempts at decipherment continue. Scholars photograph, trace, and catalogue each sign, comparing them against known scripts. Computer algorithms search for statistical patterns, hoping to identify vowels, consonants, or syntax. Yet results remain inconclusive. With so few inscriptions, only this stele, and perhaps a handful of related fragments, the corpus is too small. Without more examples, patterns cannot be confirmed. The script remains locked not for lack of effort, but for lack of material. This scarcity raises a haunting possibility that the script was experimental, used briefly, and then abandoned. Writing systems are fragile. They require communities of scribes, training, and transmission. Without support, they vanish. The Anatolian stele may represent such a failed experiment, a community's attempt to develop a script that did not survive beyond its generation. If so, the stone is a fossil of innovation cut short, a testimony to human creativity and fragility alike. The stele also forces reconsideration of cultural interaction in Anatolia. The region sat at crossroads between Mesopotamia, the Levant, and the Aegean. Scripts from all these regions circulated, adapted, and blended. The unknown signs may embody this blending, drawing on multiple traditions without belonging fully to any. If so, the stele is less anomaly than synthesis, a hybrid text reflecting cultural convergence. Yet that hybridity makes it difficult to classify, leaving it stranded between categories. For those drawn to forbidden artifacts, the Anatolian stele resonates with a deeper allure. It is not only unknown, but unknowable, at least for now. Unlike undeciphered scripts with large corpora, such as Linear A or the Indus signs, this stele stands almost alone. Its loneliness magnifies its mystery. It represents an entire language reduced to a single surviving text. The weight of that reduction is profound, an entire people's voice compressed into symbols no one can read. One might imagine the moment of carving. A scribe bends over the limestone, chisel in hand, etching each symbol with care. Perhaps he chants the words aloud as he inscribes them, affirming their meaning. Perhaps onlookers gather, watching their language become immortalized in stone. For them, the signs carry clarity, resonance, power. For us, they are mute. This inversion, clarity for the past, obscurity for the present, embodies the poignancy of archaeology. Yet even in obscurity, the stele communicates. Its very existence proclaims the human urge to record, to fix meaning beyond the ephemeral. Whether Proto-Hurrian or something else entirely, the script affirms that communities in Anatolia sought permanence, sought to speak across time. They may not have imagined an audience thousands of years later, but they carved nonetheless, leaving a trace that outlasted their world. The unknown script also challenges assumptions about the linear progression of writing. Histories of writing often present neat narratives. Sumerian cuneiform gives rise to Akkadian, Egyptian hieroglyphs evolve into Demotic, Phoenician alphabets spread to Greece and Rome. Yet alongside these main lines lie forgotten branches, experiments that failed, scripts that flickered briefly and vanished. The Anatolian stele belongs to this shadow history, a reminder that human expression is more varied and fragile than our charts suggest. Modern encounters with the stele vary. Scholars approach it with tools of analysis, measuring, photographing, comparing. Visitors encounter it as curiosity, marveling at marks they cannot read. For locals, it may serve as link to heritage, a reminder that their land carries deep history. Each perspective adds a layer of meaning, even if the original remains inaccessible. Some dream of discovery. Perhaps another stele lies buried nearby, waiting to be uncovered, carrying longer text or bilingual inscription. Perhaps in some forgotten storeroom rests a tablet that matches its signs. If such a find emerged, the unknown script could leap from obscurity to clarity, transformed from forbidden to understood. Until then, the Anatolian stele remains a riddle, a solitary voice in an unread language. Yet there is value in riddles. They remind us that the past is not fully recoverable, that mystery endures. The Anatolian stele does not frustrate only, it also inspires. It draws attention to the richness of human experimentation, the multiplicity of voices that history has muffled. It affirms that not all questions have answers, and that wonder itself can be a form of knowledge. The stone still stands, its lines weathered yet clear. Symbols march across its surface, stubborn in their refusal to be deciphered. Each mark testifies to intention, to meaning once alive. Though we cannot read it, we know it was read. Though we cannot hear its words, we know they were spoken. The stele holds that paradox in place, presence without comprehension, clarity without understanding. It belongs to the category of artifacts that resist explanation, yet in that resistance, they achieve power. For those who seek the limits of knowledge, the Anatolian stele offers a lesson. It teaches patience, humility, and reverence for what has been lost. It reminds us that history is not a completed script, but a broken text, with gaps we cannot fill. Its unknown script whispers that human expression exceeds our grasp, that languages have lived and died beyond our awareness. The stele endures, a stone voice without translation, a monument to both expression and loss. Its unknown script ties it to the Hurrians, the Hittites, or perhaps to none of them at all. It stands as testimony to a culture that sought permanence in symbols only for time to erase their meaning. Yet in surviving, it fulfills that desire in another way. It continues to speak, not in words but in questions, not in sentences but in wonder. In the late 19th century, a parish priest on the island of Puerto Rico stumbled upon something that would ignite fascination and controversy for more than a century. Father José María Nazario y Cancel, a man of faith and curiosity, claimed to have been guided by villagers to a hidden cache of carved stones buried deep within the countryside. What he uncovered were not a handful of artifacts, but hundreds of serpentinite slabs, each bearing mysterious engravings unlike any known script of the Caribbean. More than 800 pieces eventually became associated with his name, collectively called the Nazario collection, or more evocatively, the Piedras del Padre Nazario. The stones themselves vary in size and shape, some no larger than a hand, others heavy enough to demand both arms to lift. Their surfaces are covered in petroglyphs, straight lines, curves, and geometric patterns arranged into sequences that resemble writing. Unlike the Taíno symbols well documented in Puerto Rican rock art, these carvings show little connection to indigenous motifs. Instead, they appear more like scripts, rows of repeated symbols, some suggesting letters, others hinting at syllabaries. For observers, the first impression was not of local tradition, but of language, carved into stone with a precision that suggested deliberate recording of information. From the beginning, the stones unsettled scholars. Caribbean archaeology had established that the Taíno and related peoples left abundant art, but not true writing systems. Their symbols adorned caves, stones, and ceramics, but they remained pictographic, tied to ritual and myth rather than formal language. The Nazario stones, by contrast, looked systematic, as if carrying texts in an unknown alphabet. To some, they suggested influence from afar, echoes of Mediterranean or Old World scripts. To others, they seemed too anomalous to accept, raising suspicion of forgery. Father Nazario insisted the stones were genuine. He described how locals had led him to the deposit and how he had collected them with care. He believed they proved that Puerto Rico had once been home to a literate people whose traces had otherwise vanished. His enthusiasm led him to share the collection widely, sending examples to scholars abroad. Yet responses were mixed. Some linguists noted similarities to Iberian scripts, Phoenician letters, or even Libyan inscriptions. Others dismissed them as crude imitations, the product of local carvers experimenting or fabricating under the influence of colonial contact. The problem of authenticity has haunted the collection ever since. On one hand, the sheer number of stones, more than 800, argues against simple forgery. Producing that many artifacts, with such varied but consistent symbols, would require enormous effort. On the other hand, the lack of archaeological context weakens their credibility. The stones were not unearthed in stratified digs, but brought forth through local guidance, leaving no secure dating or provenience. Without carbon samples or datable associations, their age cannot be fixed. They float in uncertainty, disconnected from secure timelines. Scholars who examined the stones firsthand often remarked on their craftsmanship. The serpentinite material, abundant in Puerto Rico, takes engraving well. The lines cut into the surfaces are firm and deliberate, showing control of tools. Some symbols repeat across multiple stones, suggesting a structured system rather than random doodling. Others are unique, perhaps representing names or rare terms. Taken together, the collection gives the impression of a corpus, fragments of a language once spoken and written, though now utterly unknown. Attempts to decipher the symbols have generated endless theories. Some researchers see resemblance to Iberian scripts of pre-Roman Spain, proposing ancient transatlantic contact. Others detect echoes of Libico-Berber alphabets from North Africa, hinting at voyagers who crossed the ocean long before Columbus. Still others find parallels with Old World Proto-Sinitic signs or with Mesoamerican glyphs. Each comparison opens possibilities, but none achieves consensus. The similarities remain tantalizing but inconclusive, like echoes across a canyon that never resolve into clarity. Local oral traditions offer little support. The Taíno legacy in Puerto Rico left no memory of a literate people predating them. Villagers who guided Father Nazario gave only vague accounts, suggesting the stones were ancient and powerful, but offering no concrete explanation. Some spoke of them as relics of a race that had vanished before the Taíno arrived, an echo of myths found elsewhere in the Caribbean. Yet oral memory, shaped by centuries of colonial disruption, cannot easily confirm archaeological puzzles. The controversy over authenticity sharpened in the 20th century. Some scholars accused Father Nazario of credulity, suggesting he had been deceived by locals who carved the stones to impress him. Others defended him, noting his integrity and the difficulty of fabricating such a vast collection. Scientific testing has been limited, but microscopic examination of some stones suggests weathering consistent with age, though without stratified context, conclusions remain tentative. The debate persists: genuine relics of a lost culture or elaborate curiosities born of misunderstanding? Beyond questions of authenticity lies the deeper allure of the stones themselves. Their symbols invite the eye to search for meaning, to trace patterns, to imagine the voices they once carried. Spirals, crosses, parallel lines, and angular marks march across their surfaces in sequences too regular to dismiss. They feel like language, even if their language is lost. To hold one is to hold the promise of communication, a message frozen in stone, illegible, yet insistent. Comparisons with Old World scripts fuel speculation about contact between continents before Columbus. Advocates of transoceanic contact argue that the stones provide material proof of such encounters, evidence that Mediterranean or African sailors reached the Caribbean centuries earlier. Mainstream archaeology resists such claims, emphasizing the lack of corroborating evidence in settlement patterns, genetics, or material culture. Yet the stones remain, inviting questions that orthodoxy cannot entirely silence. The Nazario collection also illustrates the fragility of context in archaeology. Found outside controlled excavation, their meaning is forever compromised. Even if authentic, they lack the stratigraphy that anchors artifacts to time and place. They are voices without setting, words without sentences. This fragility frustrates scholars but also fascinates seekers of forbidden history. For them, the stones embody the possibility that much of the past remains hidden, glimpsed only through anomalies. For Puerto Rico, the stones carry particular weight. They represent not just mystery, but heritage, artifacts bound to the island's landscape and history. Whether genuine or forged, they are woven into local identity, symbols of the island's depth of past. For some, they embody pride, evidence that Puerto Rico's history is richer and older than often recognized. For others, they remain curiosities, important less for what they prove than for the questions they raise. The Nazario collection today survives in fragments. Some stones remain in Puerto Rico, others dispersed to museums or private collections abroad. Scholars continue to call for systematic study, including detailed photography, 3D scanning, and petrographic analysis. Yet resources are limited, and the stones remain largely understudied. Their mystery persists less because of insolubility than because of neglect. In this neglect, they acquire aura, forbidden not by prohibition but by obscurity. Imagining their origin is an exercise in humility. Perhaps they are authentic remnants of a culture now vanished, a people who carved their words into stone but left no other trace. Perhaps they are syncretic creations of colonial times, blending local and foreign motifs into a hybrid art. Perhaps they are indeed forgeries, produced for attention, yet convincing enough to endure debate for over a century. Each possibility reveals something about human creativity and credulity, about our desire to connect with the unknown. If they are authentic, the implications are staggering. They would represent a literate culture in Puerto Rico predating the Taíno, reshaping our understanding of Caribbean prehistory. If they are connected to Old World scripts, they would suggest transatlantic contact long before Columbus. If they are colonial inventions, they testify to the persistence of myth-making and the human urge to fabricate evidence of lost worlds. In every scenario, they are meaningful, not for what they prove, but for what they reveal about the hunger for mystery. The stones continue to provoke fascination in those who encounter them. Visitors describe the feeling of tracing their carvings, sensing the effort of hands that etched them centuries, or perhaps only decades, ago. Scholars describe the frustration of patterns that almost yield to interpretation, but then collapse into ambiguity. The stones carry both promise and refusal, offering just enough familiarity to entice, just enough strangeness to resist. In the end, the Nazario collection stands as one of the most perplexing artifacts of the Caribbean. Over 800 stones, carved with unknown symbols, lacking context yet filled with meaning, they embody the paradox of forbidden artifacts. Too strange to dismiss, too uncertain to confirm. They remain suspended between categories, between authenticity and forgery, between local tradition and global connection, between clarity and obscurity. What Father Nazario felt when he first unearthed them cannot be fully known. Perhaps he saw them as confirmation of ancient wisdom, perhaps as relics to strengthen cultural pride. What they mean today may be different, yet their power endures. They remind us that the past is never fully secure, that artifacts can slip between history and legend, between fact and mystery. The piedras del Padre Nazario remain, scattered but persistent, carved in serpentinite, holding symbols no one can read. Whether genuine voices of a lost culture or creations of a later age, they continue to speak in their own way, not in deciphered words, but in questions that refuse to fade. Dust clung to every surface as workmen dug into the desert earth outside Tucson in the early years of the 20th century. The sun beat down harshly, yet what they pulled from the soil was stranger than the dry heat or the endless stretches of cactus plains. From beneath the Arizona dirt emerged heavy leaden forms, dull grey objects that carried inscriptions no one expected to find in the American Southwest. They were not crude fragments of tools or shattered remnants of pottery, but carefully made crosses and plaques, decorated with Latin phrases, Hebrew lettering, and designs that seemed to bridge vast oceans of culture and time. These artifacts, later totaling 31 pieces, came to be known as the Tucson Lead Crosses, or the Silver Bell Road artifacts, and they remain some of the most controversial objects ever unearthed in North America. The first pieces were discovered around 1924 during routine digging on a site near Silver Bell Road, northwest of Tucson. The unearthed artifacts were striking not just because of their sheer material. Lead is not a common choice for symbolic carvings in any culture, but because of the inscriptions covering them. Some bore clear Christian imagery, others displayed Hebrew letters, and still others carried Latin phrases that scholars could read but not always fully contextualize. They included crosses, swords, and rectangular plaques, some as long as 2 feet, their surfaces etched with names, prayers, and dates that suggested connections to the ancient Mediterranean world. For the community of Tucson, the finds inspired both wonder and unease. Were these relics evidence of a forgotten migration, visitors from across the Atlantic centuries before Columbus, or merely an elaborate trick designed to confuse? The inscriptions themselves deepened the mystery. Several crosses carried Latin text, invoking names such as Israel and Callalus, a term that had no clear parallel in known Roman or medieval documents. Some included references to leaders and battles, describing a supposed colony of Romans and Hebrews in the New World. To others, the Hebrew letters seemed genuine, pointing toward a connection with Jewish communities from antiquity. But critics were quick to notice inconsistencies. The grammar of the Latin was sometimes faulty, unusual abbreviations appeared, and the forms of the letters looked suspiciously like those that would be found in textbooks of the 19th century, rather than inscriptions cut in antiquity. The setting of the discovery made the puzzle even more perplexing. Tucson in the early 20th century was a growing town with railroads, ranching, and a population that embraced both Anglo settlers and long-established Mexican families. Archaeological work was not a major presence, though the deserts and mountains of Arizona were already yielding prehistoric Hohokam sites and artifacts of genuine indigenous origin. To suddenly uncover objects claiming to prove Roman or Jewish settlements in ancient America was not just startling, it threatened to rewrite the history of 2 continents. A local priest, Father Charles Eubank, became deeply involved in examining the crosses. He, along with other community figures, began cataloging and interpreting the inscriptions. The story that emerged from their readings described a Roman Jewish colony named Callalus, supposedly established in the desert southwest around the 8th century. According to the inscriptions, these settlers battled native peoples, established leaders, and maintained their faith across centuries in the New World. If true, this would have been the most remarkable evidence of transatlantic contact prior to Norse voyages to Newfoundland. But for many scholars, the tale seemed far too convenient, almost like a romantic adventure novel inscribed in metal. By the 1930s, academic archaeologists and epigraphers weighed in, and most declared the artifacts a hoax. Their reasoning was multi-layered. The Latin appeared clumsy, not like the polished inscriptions of Roman times. The Hebrew was inconsistent with known ancient forms, and the very choice of lead as a medium was suspect. Lead corrodes and weathers quickly, making it unlikely that such objects could survive intact for centuries in desert soil. Moreover, metallurgical analysis hinted that the lead was not ancient at all, but likely of 19th century origin. These findings led many to conclude that the Tucson lead crosses were forgeries, planted deliberately to deceive. Yet others resisted such conclusions. Supporters of authenticity argued that the supposed grammatical mistakes could have been the natural evolution of language in an isolated colony, far removed from Rome or Jerusalem. They suggested that the corrosion patterns did not match freshly made objects, buried only a few decades earlier. Furthermore, they pointed out that dismissing the artifacts outright risked ignoring a potentially groundbreaking discovery, one that could show just how much more global ancient history might have been than textbooks allowed. The debate took on wider resonance as it connected to broader themes of the early 20th century. This was an era when amateur archaeology, fringe theories, and sweeping narratives about lost civilizations gained public attention. Books claimed Atlantis had seeded cultures around the world, that Egyptians had crossed the Atlantic, or that Phoenician sailors left traces in the Americas. Against this backdrop, the Tucson artifacts fit neatly into a climate of speculation and wonder. Yet serious scholars sought to separate genuine finds from imaginative fabrications, and the crosses became a test case in that divide. What remains compelling, even for skeptics, is the artistry of the objects themselves. Each cross is heavy and substantial, with carved inscriptions running in neat lines across the surface. Some carry depictions of swords or stylized designs that blend Mediterranean and Christian elements. A few plaques are decorated with elaborate lettering that, even if modern in execution, shows skill and patience. To create 31 such objects would have required not only access to large amounts of lead, but also a deliberate effort at creating a coherent historical narrative. If they were fakes, then who made them and why? The motive remains as mysterious as the artifacts themselves. One possibility suggested is that a local forger in the late 19th or early 20th century created the crosses as a kind of prank or hoax to stir interest in Arizona history. Another theory is that a well-meaning but misguided amateur antiquarian fabricated them to prove theories about Old World contact with the Americas. In either case, the effort involved is immense. Lead is heavy, difficult to work with, and requires melting and casting before shaping and engraving. To produce over 30 such items would not have been easy for someone with no resources. That raises questions about whether the hoax theory fully explains the matter. Others argue that perhaps the artifacts were intended as devotional or artistic creations, not forgeries meant to deceive. They may have been crafted by immigrants drawing upon their knowledge of Latin and Hebrew, blending traditions into symbolic objects that later were misinterpreted as ancient. In this light, the Tucson lead crosses could represent not a hoax but a form of folk art, a forgotten local practice that accidentally became wrapped in controversy. Despite the skepticism, the crosses continue to attract attention. They are still housed in collections in Arizona, where they remain available for study. Periodically, new researchers revisit them, testing metallurgical properties or re-examining the inscriptions with fresh eyes. None have been able to settle the matter conclusively. While the dominant view among archaeologists is that the artifacts are not genuine ancient relics, the lack of a definitive explanation keeps curiosity alive. The setting of their discovery also plays a role in sustaining the mystery. The Arizona desert, with its wide horizons and rugged landscapes, has long been a place where myth and reality intermingle. Indigenous peoples left petroglyphs on rocks and constructed irrigation canals that puzzled early settlers. Spanish explorers brought stories of cities of gold. In such a landscape, finding leaden crosses that hint at Roman or Jewish colonists feels strangely fitting, as if the desert itself invites impossible tales. For those drawn to alternative history, the Tucson lead crosses stand as tantalizing hints of what could have been. Could a ship from the Mediterranean world have made its way to the Americas in the early centuries of the first millennium? Could survivors have journeyed inland, across rivers and deserts, to settle in what is now Arizona? Mainstream historians say no, pointing out the lack of supporting evidence, the improbability of sustained colonies, and the suspicious nature of the artifacts. Yet, the human mind has always been drawn to stories that blur the line between possible and impossible. Today, nearly a century after their discovery, the Tucson lead crosses remain an unsolved case. They sit at the intersection of archaeology, folklore, and imagination, objects that resist easy categorization. Whether hoax, folk creation, or misunderstood relic, they challenge us to consider how evidence is weighed, how stories are told, and how mysteries endure even in the face of scrutiny. The crosses invite reflection on the fragility of historical certainty, reminding us that the past is often reconstructed not only from what is found, but also from what is believed. As the desert wind sweeps across the plains outside Tucson, the leaden forms rest quietly in their cases, holding on to secrets no scholar has yet untangled. Whatever their true origin, they continue to provoke debate, spark curiosity, and inspire wonder. That alone ensures their place among the most forbidden artifacts of modern lore, relics that demand attention, even if they never yield a final answer. Morning light strikes the heart of Delhi, glinting across stone courtyards and ancient ruins. In the quiet of the Qutb complex, where sandstone minarets and worn arches hold stories of empires long gone, a single column of iron rises from the ground. It is unadorned in its form, yet monumental in its endurance. Nearly 7 meters tall, weighing over 6 tons, this iron pillar has withstood more than 1,500 years of rain, wind, and heat with a resilience that still defies full explanation. Most metals would have corroded into weakness long ago, but here stands a testament not only to ancient craftsmanship, but also to a metallurgical riddle that continues to perplex scientists and historians alike. The Iron Pillar of Delhi, is traditionally dated to the early centuries of the Gupta dynasty, often attributed to the reign of Chandragupta II in the 4th or 5th century. Inscriptions carved into the pillar record its dedication to Vishnu, the Hindu god of preservation, and mention a king whose valor and devotion are celebrated through its erection. Beyond the devotional meaning, however, the pillar is an extraordinary feat of metallurgy. Its surface has resisted the spread of rust for over a millennium, despite being exposed to monsoon rains, summer humidity, and pollution from modern urban growth. To walk around it is to confront a paradox. How could ancient smiths, working without modern furnaces or scientific theory, create a material that endures in a way industrial alloys still struggle to match? The first impression of the pillar is one of simplicity. Unlike ornate temples or finely carved statues, it is largely plain, its cylindrical body tapering slightly toward the top, crowned by a decorative bell-shaped capital that once supported an image, perhaps of Garuda, Vishnu's eagle mount. Yet the simplicity hides sophistication. The column was not cast as a single piece in a mold. Instead, it was forged through the careful welding of numerous pieces of wrought iron, hammered together at high temperatures until they fused into a single form. This method required extraordinary control of heat and timing, for welding pieces of such size could easily fail without precise mastery. Even before questions of rust resistance arise, the very making of the pillar demonstrates a level of technological achievement that places it among the most remarkable artifacts of ancient India. Rust forms when iron reacts with oxygen and moisture, producing oxides that flake away, exposing new surfaces, and eventually eating through the material. Yet the pillar resists this process. Its surface does show a thin layer of corrosion, but unlike destructive rust, this layer seems to act as a protective film, sealing the metal underneath from further attack. Analyses have revealed that this film is composed of iron hydrogen phosphate hydrate, a compound that developed over centuries as a result of the unique composition of the pillar's metal and the environment in which it stands. Essentially, the pillar has created its own shield, a patina that prevents deeper corrosion. The iron itself contains a relatively high amount of phosphorus, far more than in modern steels, which often have phosphorus levels deliberately minimized because of their tendency to make metal brittle. In the case of the Delhi pillar, however, this high phosphorus content contributed to the formation of the protective layer. Modern metallurgists describe the process as passivation, where the surface reacts just enough to form a stable barrier, but not enough to lead to continuous corrosion. This is not the result of accident alone. It reflects the methods by which ancient Indian smiths extracted and smelted iron. Without blast furnaces, they used large crucibles and bloomery techniques, which produced wrought iron with distinctive impurities. These very impurities, rather than weakening the artifact, turned out to be its secret strength. Despite advances in analysis, mysteries remain. Why does the pillar resist corrosion so much more effectively than other wrought iron objects made in similar ways? Was there an intentional awareness of the protective effect of phosphorus, or was it a fortunate byproduct of the ores chosen? Did the smiths understand the long-term durability of their creation, or were they simply pursuing purity and strength as best they could? These questions linger, showing how artifacts like the pillar continue to blur the lines between knowledge and chance, science and tradition. The pillar's history is also part of its intrigue. Scholars debate whether it was originally erected at its current site or transported from elsewhere. Some evidence suggests that it may have stood first in Udayagiri, a sacred site associated with Gupta rulers, before being moved to Delhi centuries later. If true, this relocation would have required immense effort, for moving a 6-ton column over long distances was no small feat. Its eventual placement in the Qutb complex brought it into the orbit of later Islamic rulers, who constructed mosques and minarets nearby. The juxtaposition of the iron column with the Qutb Minar and surrounding ruins symbolizes the layering of cultures and histories that defines India itself. Legends have attached themselves to the pillar across centuries. For many, its endurance without rust was seen as a miracle, a divine blessing that kept Vishnu's monument intact. Local folklore claimed that anyone who could encircle the pillar with their arms while standing with their back against it would have their wishes fulfilled. This practice, once popular, was eventually prohibited to protect the surface of the pillar from wear. Even today, the column inspires reverence not only for its technical qualities, but also for the aura of mystery that clings to it. Scientific studies of the pillar began in earnest during the colonial period. British officers and scholars marveled at its resistance to decay, noting that other iron structures from antiquity, such as weapons or smaller tools, often corroded far more rapidly. Modern investigations have used techniques like X-ray diffraction, spectroscopy, and electron microscopy to probe its composition. Each study confirms the unusual combination of high-purity iron, high phosphorus, and low sulfur, as well as the slow formation of the protective film. Yet none has fully explained why the pillar has resisted rust for more than 1,500 years in an environment that should promote it. Comparisons with other ancient iron objects highlight the uniqueness of the Delhi pillar. Smaller Indian artifacts, including beams and statues, often show significant corrosion. Outside India, wrought iron structures from the medieval and early modern periods succumbed to rust within centuries. The Eiffel Tower, built in the 19th century, required constant repainting to prevent corrosion, despite being constructed with far more advanced industrial steel. By contrast, the Delhi pillar stands largely untouched, needing no such maintenance, its natural patina preserving it without human intervention. Some researchers suggest that the dry climate of Delhi, with alternating periods of monsoon and dryness, contributed to the formation of the protective film in ways that other environments would not. Others propose that the specific ores used by Gupta smiths were unusually rich in phosphorus and low in sulfur, enabling the unique chemistry of the pillar. Still, these explanations leave gaps. Why do other artifacts exposed to similar conditions not show the same resilience? Could the sheer mass of the pillar, with its thickness and density, play a role in slowing the spread of corrosion? Such questions keep the mystery alive. The pillar also carries symbolic weight beyond metallurgy. It is a reminder of India's long tradition of scientific and artistic achievement, a legacy that stretches from mathematics and astronomy to architecture and metallurgy. In the narrative of global history, the Iron Pillar of Delhi stands as a counterpoint to the assumption that advanced technological knowledge belongs only to modernity. Instead, it shows that ancient artisans, guided by a blend of empirical practice and spiritual devotion, could produce works that endure beyond the reach of modern replication. The artifact's endurance has been tested not only by natural forces, but also by human intervention. Over the centuries, attempts to damage or dismantle it have left marks. Cannon fire scars its surface from efforts during the Mughal period to destroy or repurpose it. Visitors in more recent centuries carved graffiti into its surface, leaving names and dates that scar the ancient inscriptions. These interventions remind us that artifacts are not just preserved in isolation, they exist within human history, subject to reverence, neglect, or harm, depending on the values of each generation. Standing before the pillar today, one sees not just a column of iron, but a chronicle of human ingenuity and curiosity. Tourists photograph it, scholars measure and analyze it, locals remember stories of wishes granted, and metallurgists marvel at its chemical defenses. Its surface bears both ancient inscriptions praising Vishnu and modern scratches from careless hands. It is at once sacred, scientific, and mundane, a fusion of meanings layered over 15 centuries. The Iron Pillar of Delhi ultimately resists categorization. Is it a scientific anomaly, a triumph of ancient technology, or a religious monument whose endurance is symbolic as well as material? Perhaps it is all of these at once. Like so many forbidden artifacts, it inhabits the boundary between what we know and what we cannot yet explain. Its resistance to rust challenges assumptions about the inevitability of decay, standing as a paradox in plain sight. As the years pass, researchers may uncover more about its composition and the processes that protect it. New technologies may one day replicate or surpass the accidental genius of Gupta smiths. Until then, the pillar remains a monument both to what humans once achieved and to what remains out of reach of full understanding. Its unyielding presence in the heart of Delhi ensures that it will continue to inspire awe, puzzle inquiry, and invite quiet reflection on the mysteries of time and endurance. Coal dust clung to the miners' clothing as they chipped away at dark seams deep beneath the ground near the Austrian town of Wolfsegg. It was the 1880s, and coal powered furnaces, locomotives, and entire cities. Yet within those black layers of compressed geological time, something wholly unexpected came to light. A block of iron, roughly cube-shaped with sharp edges and smooth sides, as if cut or forged by purposeful hands. Unlike jagged chunks of ore that sometimes appear in coal, this object seemed deliberately fashioned, with flat faces and clean angles. The coal seam from which it was retrieved was believed to be millions of years old, long predating the emergence of humans capable of working metal. How then could such an artifact exist in such a context? This strange find came to be known as the Wolfsegg iron, or the Wolfsegg cube, and for well over a century it has provoked debate, speculation, and controversy. The original discovery was made in 1885 at the Braun Ironworks near Wolfsegg am Hausruck in Upper Austria. Workers splitting open blocks of coal reportedly found the cube embedded inside, an anomaly that seemed impossible to reconcile with accepted timelines. The cube itself was small, about 10 centimeters across, weighing close to 800 grams, with 4 sides nearly flat, 2 slightly convex, and edges that appeared worked rather than naturally fractured. Some who examined it described a deep groove running around its circumference, suggesting intentional shaping. To 19th century eyes, it looked like a man-made object hidden in material far older than any known civilization. News of the discovery quickly spread beyond the mine. The object came to the attention of Dr. F. Berlitz, director of the Salzburg Museum, who examined it and reported on its curious geometry. Later, the object was studied by other scientists and institutions, each struggling to place it in a coherent framework. For some, it was clear evidence of human activity in deep antiquity, perhaps even proof that technologically capable beings existed millions of years ago. For others, it was a geological oddity, a product of natural processes misunderstood by over-eager observers. The debate was not merely academic, it touched on broader questions of history, science, and the limits of knowledge. One of the striking aspects of the Wolfsegg iron was its composition. Analyses indicated that it was primarily iron, with traces of carbon and nickel suggesting it might be a form of cast iron or even meteoritic material. If it were meteoritic, however, one would expect a more irregular shape, not a cube-like form with smooth surfaces. If it were cast iron, that implied human manufacture. Yet how could a man-made object be sealed within ancient coal? These contradictions fueled speculation that persists to this day. The cube became a centerpiece for those who argued for out-of-place artifacts, objects that seemed to defy the chronological framework of mainstream archaeology. For writers and enthusiasts fascinated by forbidden history, the Wolfsegg cube stood alongside tales of metal spheres found in South African mines or supposed footprints in ancient rock. Each suggested the possibility that human or even non-human intelligence had left traces in epochs long before conventional history begins. To others, these claims were fantastical, but the very existence of the cube made it difficult to dismiss outright. Skeptics countered with alternative explanations. Some suggested that the cube was not discovered within coal at all, but had been embedded accidentally during mining, dropped or misplaced by modern workers. Others argued that it was a fragment of machine equipment, perhaps a part of mining tools or smelting operations, later mistaken for an ancient anomaly. A number of metallurgical studies conducted in the 20th century supported the idea that the object was cast iron of relatively recent manufacture, inconsistent with geological antiquity. The possibility of hoax or misinterpretation remained strong. Yet the cube's mysterious aura was not easily dispelled. Its unusual shape, the groove around its body, and its presence in a museum collection gave it an air of authenticity. Even as many scientists dismissed it as an industrial byproduct, others continued to wonder, could it be something more? The cube passed through several hands over the decades, displayed in museums and cited in publications about unexplained artifacts. Each retelling added layers of intrigue, reinforcing its place in the catalogue of mysteries that resist neat resolution. The coal seam itself was another point of contention. If the artifact truly came from within sealed coal, then it would imply an age far beyond the reach of human history. Coal deposits in that region date back tens of millions of years, formed from ancient forests compressed over eons. The idea that a manufactured object could be sealed within such deposits strains credibility. Critics noted that coal seams can be disrupted by mining, fractures, or contamination from modern materials. Without precise documentation of the original discovery, certainty was elusive. Those who lean toward the extraordinary interpretation point out that anomalies often drive progress. If every inexplicable find is dismissed as error, genuine discoveries may be lost. They argue that while the Wolfsegg cube may well be modern, the reluctance to entertain the possibility of deeper history reflects a bias in science that guards established timelines too tightly. In this view, the cube serves as a symbol of the tension between orthodoxy and open inquiry, between skepticism and curiosity. The artifact's physical features invite speculation beyond simple explanations. The flat faces and straight edges are difficult to ascribe to chance. Nature can produce crystals with sharp angles, such as pyrite cubes, but metallic iron does not crystallize in such forms. The groove running around the object suggests intentional shaping, as though designed to fit into something, perhaps a housing or mechanism. These qualities tempt the imagination. Could it have been part of a tool, a weight, or even a component of some unknown device? Without context, such questions remain open. During the mid-20th century, the cube attracted renewed attention from researchers investigating anomalous finds. Some metallurgical tests indicated that the iron lacked the nickel content expected in meteoritic material, pointing instead to smelted origin. Others emphasized the absence of sulfur, unusual for ordinary cast iron. These mixed results kept debate alive. For every study that leaned toward modern manufacture, another seemed to leave the door ajar for more exotic interpretations. By the 1960s, the cube became a staple in discussions of OOP arts, out-of-place artifacts that challenge accepted history. Books, magazines, and radio programs cited it alongside ancient batteries, mysterious maps, and other controversial finds. To a public fascinated by mysteries, the Wolfsegg cube symbolized the possibility that history as taught in classrooms was incomplete, that hidden chapters lay buried in the earth. For skeptics, it was an example of how ordinary objects can be transformed into legends by the power of suggestion. The artifact's current status reflects this dual identity. It is housed in the Heimathaus Museum in Vöcklabruck, Austria, where it remains an object of curiosity. Visitors can view it, study its surfaces, and consider its enigma. The museum labels acknowledge the debates, but refrain from definitive conclusions. For some, it is little more than an industrial artifact misinterpreted. For others, it is a relic that refuses to fit comfortably into any explanation. What makes the Wolfsegg cube especially compelling is not only its possible origin, but also the way it illustrates the human relationship with mystery. Artifacts like this occupy a liminal space between science and legend, evidence and speculation. They remind us that interpretation depends on context, documentation, and willingness to question assumptions. Whether genuine anomaly or misunderstood relic, the cube provokes the imagination, challenging us to think about time, history, and the unknown. The Austrian landscape itself adds to the sense of enigma. Rolling hills, forests, and mining towns form a backdrop where the deep past intersects with industrial modernity. Coal seams connect ancient geological epochs to 19th century industry, and within that seam, at least according to reports, lay an object out of place. To hold the cube is to feel the weight not only of iron, but of unresolved questions, compressed like the coal that once surrounded it. For scientists, the case of the Wolfsegg cube underscores the importance of documentation. Without clear records of its discovery, chain of custody, and exact geological context, certainty remains elusive. The artifact may never yield a definitive answer because the conditions of its find were already obscured by time. Yet even this lack of certainty has value. It shows how easily narratives can form around artifacts, how quickly speculation can fill gaps, and how enduring such stories can become. In many ways, the cube's mystery is more cultural than physical. Its very ambiguity allows it to serve as a mirror for the hopes, doubts, and curiosities of each generation that encounters it. For believers in lost civilizations, it is proof. For skeptics, it is cautionary. For the curious, it is an invitation to wonder. Like other forbidden artifacts, it continues to occupy a space where certainty is denied and intrigue is amplified. As one stands before the Wolfsegg cube today, displayed in its glass case, it does not glow with hidden power or reveal its secrets outright. It sits, small and unassuming, yet charged with questions that echo far beyond its modest dimensions. Whether cast by 19th century hands or by forces we have yet to understand, it remains an object that resists being reduced to certainty. Its presence reminds us that mystery is not only in the unknown, but also in the unresolved, in the artifacts that lie just beyond the reach of conclusive explanation. The Wolfsegg cube is more than iron. It is a story still unfolding, one that asks us to weigh evidence, confront uncertainty, and accept that history, like coal seams deep underground, may always hold surprises waiting to be uncovered. Beneath the soil of western Ukraine, near the river Zbruch, an unexpected stone figure was brought into the light in the year 1848. Farmers, working along the riverbank, discovered a tall limestone pillar carved on all four sides with reliefs that appeared to tell a story. Standing more than 2.5 meters high, the stone was divided into 4 tiers, each populated with human forms, divine figures, and mysterious motifs. The artifact came to be known as the Zbruch Idol, and from the moment of its discovery, it has been surrounded by debates about authenticity, interpretation, and meaning. Was it a genuine relic of pre-Christian Slavic paganism, or a clever 19th century invention designed to satisfy romantic ideals of lost traditions? The idol is striking in its construction. Carved from a single piece of limestone, it presents 4 horizontal sections stacked one above the other, as though representing a cosmological vision. At the top, 3 deities stand in solemn pose, their faces faint but distinct, their arms bent in gestures that suggest offerings or blessings. Below them, on the second tier, additional figures appear, one on each side of the pillar, each holding an object whose meaning has provoked endless speculation. The third tier contains smaller, less detailed human figures, their postures bent, as if supporting the weight of the tiers above them. At the very base, a single figure kneels, arms raised, appearing to carry the entire column on its back. This vertical arrangement, from divine forms above to the burdened figure below, suggested to many scholars a symbolic map of the universe, with heavens, earthly life, and an underworld compressed into stone. The dating of the idol has been central to its mystery. Stylistically, it has been associated with the 9th century, a time when Slavic pagan traditions were still practiced, though increasingly challenged by the spread of Christianity. If authentic, the idol would be one of the very few surviving monumental depictions of Slavic gods, offering an unparalleled glimpse into the religious life of pre-Christian Eastern Europe. Unlike the pantheons of Greece, Rome, or Egypt, the Slavic pantheon is known primarily through later chronicles written by Christian authors, often hostile to pagan traditions. The Zbruch idol, by contrast, would represent a voice from within that older faith, a testimony not mediated by outsiders. Interpretations of the figures vary. The top tier is often read as depicting 3 major deities of the Slavic pantheon. One figure holds a drinking horn, another bears a sword or ring, and the third gestures in a way that suggests fertility or prosperity. Some scholars identify these as the god Svarog or Perun, associated with sky and war, alongside deities of fertility and earth. Others suggest they represent aspects of a single great deity, embodying different forces of nature. The second tier, with figures holding circular or rectangular objects, has been interpreted as showing priests, intermediaries between gods and humans. The third tier's bent figures are often thought to represent mortals, bearing the weight of divine will. At the bottom, The kneeling figure with raised arms is widely interpreted as a personification of the underworld or the god Veles, associated with cattle, commerce, and the realm of the dead. For 19th century scholars, the idol was a revelation. At a time when European intellectuals were fascinated by national origins, folklore, and the recovery of pagan traditions, the Zbruch idol seemed to provide a tangible link to the mythic past of the Slavs. It quickly became an icon in cultural discussions about identity, heritage, and the ancient roots of Eastern Europe. Drawings of the idol circulated in academic journals and popular books, each adding new layers of interpretation. Romantic poets and artists drew inspiration from its forms, envisioning it as proof that Slavic culture had possessed a monumental, sophisticated religious art comparable to that of Greece or Scandinavia. Yet doubts emerged almost immediately. Some argued that the idol's style was too neat, too well aligned with 19th century conceptions of what pagan art should look like. Its convenient cosmological structure, with heaven, earth, and underworld stacked in order, seemed suspiciously didactic, as if designed to confirm scholarly theories rather than reflect authentic practice. Others noted the lack of corroborating finds. If Slavic communities had produced idols of this scale, why had so few survived? Was it possible that the Zbruch idol was not ancient at all, but a modern creation, perhaps carved in the 18th or 19th century to satisfy curiosity about lost traditions? Scientific examinations of the stone have yielded mixed results. The limestone itself is consistent with material from the local region, and weathering patterns suggest it had been buried for some time before discovery. Yet the carving's crispness, particularly in earlier photographs, has made some doubt whether it could be as old as the 9th century. Later erosion, combined with handling and display, has worn the figures further, complicating analysis. Radiocarbon dating is not possible on stone, leaving stylistic and contextual analysis as the primary tools for evaluation. Despite these uncertainties, the idol has held its place as a central artifact in discussions of Slavic religion. Scholars have used it to reconstruct elements of mythology, associating the three top-tier deities with known gods, such as Perun, Mokosh, and Svarog, or interpreting them as representations of sky, earth, and fertility. The underworld figure has been linked to Veles, who often appears in later chronicles as an adversary of Perun. In this way, the idol has become part of the broader narrative of a cosmic dualism in Slavic belief, where opposing forces of order and chaos, fertility and destruction, light and darkness shaped the world. The idol's journey after discovery also tells a story. It was transported to Krakow, where it entered the collection of the Czartoryski Museum. From there, it became a subject of study by Polish, Ukrainian, and Russian scholars, each bringing their own cultural and national perspectives to its interpretation. For some, it symbolized the strength and sophistication of Slavic heritage, a counterbalance to Western narratives that often downplayed Eastern European contributions to history. For others, it was primarily a curiosity, valuable less for its authenticity than for the debates it provoked. The Zbruch idol also intersects with the larger issue of how paganism gave way to Christianity in Eastern Europe. The 9th century was a period of transition when rulers such as Prince Vladimir of Kiev embraced Christianity, reshaping culture, law, and identity. Pagan idols were destroyed, buried, or forgotten. The survival of one such idol, if genuine, would represent a rare survivor of that sweeping change, a relic that escaped deliberate eradication. This possibility has given the idol symbolic power far beyond its physical form. It becomes not only an artifact, but a survivor, carrying echoes of a vanished worldview. Critics remain cautious. Some modern scholars argue that the idol may have been carved in the 18th century as a folk object, inspired by lingering memories of pagan symbolism, but not truly ancient. Others suggest it may have been a shrine piece, created in the early modern period to satisfy local ritual needs rather than reflect a 9th century pantheon. These theories underscore the difficulty of interpretation when context is limited. Without secure excavation records, the line between authentic antiquity and later invention remains blurred. Yet whether 9th century or more recent, the Zbruch idol continues to resonate. Its imagery speaks of layered worlds, divine presence, and human struggle. It conveys a sense of order in which gods oversee mortals, mortals bear the weight of existence, and beneath all lies a foundation linked to death and renewal. Such themes are not unique to Slavic culture. They echo across mythologies from Mesopotamia to Scandinavia. Perhaps that universality is part of why the idol feels compelling. Even if its exact origins remain contested, its symbolism taps into patterns that recur throughout human imagination. Visitors who encounter the idol in Krakow today often find themselves drawn to its quiet gravity. The stone is weathered, its figures softened by time, but the vertical arrangement still communicates its vision. Standing before it, one sees not just carvings but a map of existence, compressed into limestone. Whether authentic or not, it offers a lens through which to think about how people conceive their place in the cosmos, how they link the divine, the human, and the subterranean into a single continuum. The Zbruch idol thus occupies a peculiar position, a possible relic of pagan faith, a possible 19th century invention, and in either case a cultural touchstone. It reminds us how much of history is interpretation, how artifacts speak not only of their makers, but also of those who later assign them meaning. For over a century and a half, it has inspired scholars, artists, and laypeople to imagine, reconstruct, and debate. If the idol is indeed 9th century, it tells us that Slavic paganism produced monumental art on par with other European traditions, and that its worldview was expressed in tangible forms of striking power. If it is modern, it still testifies to the strength of the longing for connection with ancestral roots, the human impulse to fill gaps in history with objects that embody myth. Either way, the Zbruch idol refuses to remain neutral. It demands engagement, interpretation, and acknowledgement of mystery. Artifacts like this blur boundaries. They are not just objects in museums but symbols of cultural identity, battlegrounds for scholarly debate, and catalysts for reflection on the nature of history itself. Whether viewed as authentic or fabricated, the Zbruch idol continues to hold meaning, shaping the way Slavic heritage is imagined and remembered. It reminds us that history is not only what is proven, but also what is sought, questioned, and dreamed. The figure by the river Zbruch, raised from the soil in 1848, still gazes outward with worn faces that neither confirm nor deny the many stories told about it. Its carved tiers remain enigmatic, pointing to heavens, to earth, to the burdens of life, and to the depths below. In its silence, it does not resolve the debate, but sustains it, drawing new generations into the conversation. That is perhaps its greatest power, not certainty, but the ability to keep questions alive. Red spirals curl across the pale surface of a vessel, looping with precision into interlocking bands that seem almost hypnotic. The pot, unearthed from a burial site in northeast Thailand, comes from Ban Chiang, a village that in the second half of the 20th century gained worldwide attention as one of the most important prehistoric sites in Southeast Asia. When these vessels first came to light in the 1960s, their intricate red-on-buff designs startled researchers and the public alike. Early reports suggested that such sophistication appeared suddenly and without precedent, implying a mysterious burst of artistic achievement disconnected from gradual cultural development. Decades of excavations, however, revealed a more complex and patient story. The Ban Chiang painted pottery is not only striking for its beauty, but also for the way it reshaped understanding of ancient Southeast Asian societies and the pitfalls of leaping too quickly to conclusions. The discovery of Ban Chiang pottery began by chance. In 1966, an American student, Steve Young, tripped over a tree root in the village of Ban Chiang in Udon Thani province. Beneath the root, fragments of ancient pottery emerged, covered with red-painted designs unlike those commonly seen in Thailand. Local villagers had long been aware of unusual ceramics turning up in their fields, but Young's stumble brought them to scholarly attention. Archaeologists soon realized that Ban Chiang held a prehistoric cemetery and settlement of extraordinary scale. Excavations carried out by Thai and international teams in the late 1960s and early 1970s uncovered hundreds of burials, each containing offerings of pottery, bronze, and other goods. The painted vessels became the most visible hallmark of the site, quickly reproduced in photographs and exhibitions around the world. What made the pottery so captivating were the designs. Using a red slip applied on buff-colored clay, artisans decorated vessels with swirls, spirals, and curvilinear motifs that wrapped seamlessly around surfaces. Some patterns were bold and geometric, while others wove into delicate interlacing bands. The consistency and refinement of these decorations suggested a well-established tradition of painting and firing. Yet at the time of discovery, archaeologists knew little of earlier local traditions that might have led to such complexity. The impression was one of sudden emergence, as though a fully mature style had appeared overnight. For researchers accustomed to gradual evolution in ceramic traditions, this was baffling. For popular audiences, it was thrilling, offering the allure of a lost culture springing into history fully formed. Initial interpretations pushed Banqiang into the spotlight as a site of startling antiquity. Early thermoluminescence tests on ceramics suggested dates as early as 2000 BCE, implying that Banqiang was producing advanced painted pottery and bronze tools centuries before similar developments in China or India. Headlines proclaimed Banqiang the earliest Bronze Age culture in the world, and museums raced to display its artifacts. The painted pottery, with its graceful spirals, became emblematic of an advanced prehistoric society that had seemingly been hidden from view until a fortuitous stumble revealed it. Yet science thrives on revision, and further studies moderated these claims. More precise dating techniques, including radiocarbon dating of associated organic material, pushed the timeline forward, placing the peak of Banqiang culture between 300 BCE and 200 CE. The painted pottery, once thought to be evidence of a 2,000-year-old Bronze Age, was instead part of a later period when communities across Southeast Asia were increasingly connected through trade, agriculture, and metallurgy. What had seemed like a sudden flowering of art without precedent was revealed to be the culmination of centuries of gradual development in ceramic styles. Excavations at earlier sites in the region uncovered simpler pottery, showing that Banqiang's spirals grew out of a long tradition of experimentation and refinement rather than an inexplicable leap. The painted pottery of Banqiang belongs primarily to what archaeologists call the late period of the site. Earlier phases produced vessels with less elaborate decoration, sometimes incised or burnished but not painted. Over time, artisans began experimenting with slips, pigments, and brushwork, developing the bold red-on-buff designs that came to define the site's visual identity. The progression from plain to painted pottery mirrors the growth of Banqiang society itself. By the late period, communities were practicing wet rice agriculture, raising domesticated animals, and working bronze into tools and ornaments. Pottery, once functional, also became symbolic, used in burial rituals to accompany the dead into the afterlife. The painted vessels thus served both practical and ceremonial roles, embodying the sophistication of a society in transition. Each vessel tells a story not only through its shape but through its decoration. Some are tall jars with swelling shoulders, others are small bowls or cups. The designs often follow the contours of the form, spirals wrapping around curves or bands circling rims. The red slip, applied with brushes, varies in thickness, sometimes producing bold lines, other times fine, hair-like strokes. Some vessels carry motifs suggestive of natural forms, waves, coils, even stylized plants, though always abstracted into repeating patterns. The regularity of the designs implies trained artisans, perhaps working within households or small workshops where knowledge was passed from generation to generation. Burials at Banqiang provide the context that gives these vessels deeper meaning. Archaeologists uncovered graves where individuals were interred with multiple painted pots, often placed around the body or at the head. Some burials contained bronze bangles, anklets, or weapons, while others included simple offerings. The presence of painted pottery in both rich and modest graves suggests that it was not merely an elite luxury but a broader cultural tradition. The designs may have held symbolic meaning, perhaps linked to cycles of life and death, fertility, or cosmic order. The spirals, endlessly looping, could have signified continuity or rebirth. Without written records, these interpretations remain speculative, but the consistency of use in burials highlights the vessel's ritual significance. As more evidence accumulated, scholars began to see Ban Chiang not as an isolated marvel, but as part of a wider Southeast Asian pattern. Sites in Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia revealed similar transitions from plain ceramics to painted and incised styles. The spirals of Ban Chiang may have been distinctive, but they were not without precedent. Rather than a mysterious eruption of artistry, they represented a regional flowering of ceramic traditions during the late 1st millennium BCE. This reframing diminished some of the sensationalism, but enriched the understanding of how Ban Chiang fit into the larger prehistoric world. Yet the allure of the painted pottery remains. Even if not the earliest Bronze Age culture, Ban Chiang still represents one of the most remarkable archaeological sites in Southeast Asia. Its pottery stands as a testament to human creativity, the capacity to transform clay and pigment into vessels that serve both daily and sacred needs. To see a Ban Chiang pot today is to connect across millennia to artisans whose hands traced spirals with patient care, leaving behind patterns that still catch the eye and stir curiosity. The debates surrounding Ban Chiang also illustrate the challenges of archaeology. Early sensational claims drew attention and funding, but also created expectations that later research had to correct. The gradualist picture that emerged, of pottery evolving step by step, of bronze developing alongside neighboring cultures, may seem less dramatic, but it is no less important. It highlights the continuity of human innovation, the slow accumulation of skill, and the interconnectedness of ancient communities. For Thailand, Ban Chiang has become a source of national pride. Declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1992, it stands as a symbol of the country's deep history and cultural heritage. Museums in Bangkok and abroad display its painted pottery, often as centerpieces of prehistoric collections. Villagers in Ban Chiang still produce pottery in traditional styles, echoing ancient designs in modern craft. The spirals that once decorated funerary jars now appear on souvenirs, textiles, and educational materials, linking past and present in tangible ways. The Ban Chiang painted pottery also invites reflection on the nature of interpretation itself. Early scholars saw a sudden, unexplained leap because they lacked a broader regional context. As excavations expanded, the picture shifted to one of gradual development. This reminds us that artifacts do not speak on their own. They are given voice through the frameworks of interpretation. The same vessel can be hailed as a miraculous anomaly or understood as part of a long tradition, depending on the evidence available and the narratives scholars bring to it. What remains constant is the beauty of the pottery itself. The spirals, swirls, and patterns have an almost meditative quality, drawing the eye into their rhythm. They speak to the aesthetic sensibilities of people who lived 2,000 years ago, who valued symmetry, flow, and repetition. In this way, the vessels bridge time, reminding us that the desire to create beauty, to decorate even utilitarian objects, is a shared human trait across cultures and eras. Standing before a Ban Chiang vessel in a museum case today, one can imagine the world it came from. Rice paddies stretching across the plains, villages clustered with houses on stilts, children playing while artisans painted clay in preparation for firing. One can picture burials where families placed painted jars beside loved ones, believing they would carry blessings into another world. The vessels, once part of daily and ritual life, now sit in glass cases, studied and admired, their red spirals as vivid as the day they were painted. The story of Ban Chiang painted pottery is not only about archaeology, but also about how mysteries evolve. From startling discovery to measured understanding, it reflects the process by which human history is uncovered, debated, and revised. The vessels no longer represent an inexplicable burst of artistry, but a patient unfolding of tradition. Yet their mystery endures in another sense. We may never fully know what the spirals meant to those who painted them, what stories they carried, what beliefs they embodied. That space of unknowing preserves their power, keeping them alive as more than artifacts, as vessels of wonder. Frozen earth has preserved many strange things across the Siberian steppe. Horses buried with ornate harnesses, warriors interred with weapons and tattooed skin, entire chariots lowered into the ground for use in the afterlife. Yet of all the treasures drawn from the permafrost of the Altai Mountains, none has caused more astonishment than a single carpet. Buried in a tomb more than 2,400 years ago, the Pazyryk carpet is the oldest surviving knotted pile rug in the world. With vivid reds, sophisticated motifs, and weaving so refined it rivals the finest modern craftsmanship, it has raised questions that scholars still struggle to answer. How could a culture of nomadic horsemen, often imagined as rugged and practical, produce a textile of such complexity? Where did the knowledge of weaving originate, and what does it reveal about the world of Central Asia in the 5th century BCE? The discovery occurred in 1949 when Soviet archaeologist Sergei Rudenko led excavations of burial mounds in the Pazyryk Valley of the Altai. These kurgans, large mounds of stone and earth, contained tombs of Scythian nobility. Because the tombs had been robbed in antiquity, many assumed little of value remained, yet the robbers had left behind one powerful ally to preservation: water. Infiltrating the chambers, it froze into ice that sealed the contents for over 2 millennia. Within these icy coffins, Rudenko's team uncovered remarkably preserved objects: wooden wagons, felt hangings, leather harnesses, and in one chamber, a tightly folded wool carpet. When carefully opened, the textile revealed not a crude mat, but a masterpiece. Its colors, woven into intricate borders of deer, griffins, and horsemen, had survived with startling clarity. The Pazyryk carpet measures roughly 2 meters by 2 meters, square in shape, with a central field framed by multiple borders. The central panel contains a repeated design of cross-shaped floral rosettes, each symmetrical and precise. Surrounding this are borders featuring stylized griffins, creatures drawn from myth, their wings and beaks interlocked in rhythmic progression. Beyond these, a band shows rows of deer in motion, antlers sweeping backward, bodies stretched in elegant stride. The outermost border depicts horsemen, some mounted, others leading horses, in a procession that circles the carpet's edge like an eternal parade. The combination of naturalistic animals and fantastical figures conveys a worldview that embraced both reality and myth, life and the beyond. What astonished experts most was the technique. The carpet contains approximately 360,000 knots per square meter, a density that demands extraordinary skill. To achieve such fineness, weavers needed not only dexterity but also advanced looms, carefully prepared wool, and dyes that would hold their vibrancy for centuries. Modern rugs from Persia or Anatolia, celebrated worldwide, rarely surpass this density. The Pazyryk carpet demonstrated that 2,400 years ago, artisans on the Siberian steppe possessed knowledge and craftsmanship equal to or even beyond many later traditions. The origin of this knowledge remains debated. Some scholars argue that the carpet must have been imported, perhaps from Achaemenid Persia, where textile arts flourished. The motifs of deer and horsemen, however, align closely with Scythian art found on gold plaques and wooden carvings from the same region. The griffins, too, appear frequently in Scythian iconography, suggesting a cultural continuity. Could it be that the Pazyryk people themselves developed weaving to this level, adapting motifs from Persia or other centers but executing them with local skill? Or was the carpet indeed a diplomatic gift, a treasure traded or presented to a Scythian chieftain by Persian emissaries? The dyes offer some clues. Analysis has shown the use of madder for reds and possibly indigo for blues, both plants available across Eurasia. The wool is fine, evenly spun, suggesting domesticated flocks bred for quality. Together, these details point to a culture with sophisticated control over resources. The design of horsemen, depicted with distinctive Scythian hair and clothing styles, strengthens the case for local manufacture. If imported, the weaver must have been intimately familiar with Scythian appearance and customs. Thus, while connections with Persia cannot be dismissed, the balance of evidence suggests that the carpet was at least tailored for, if not entirely produced by, the Pazyryk people themselves. The context of the find reinforces its significance. The carpet was discovered in a tomb alongside horses sacrificed for the burial, their bridles decorated with felt and gold. Wooden wagons lay nearby, as did embroidered textiles and tattooed human remains. This was a society that invested heavily in funerary ritual, sending their dead into the afterlife equipped with wealth, art, and symbols of power. The presence of a carpet of such quality underscores the importance of textiles in expressing status and belief. To bury a masterpiece implies that even greater value was attached to it in life. The Pazyryk carpet challenges stereotypes about nomads. Too often, steppe cultures are depicted as purely martial, their lives dominated by horse and bow, their material culture reduced to utilitarian gear. Yet the carpet, along with other finds from the Altai kurgans, reveals a rich aesthetic world. These people valued art, symbolism, and craftsmanship as much as warfare. They were not isolated, but engaged in long-distance trade networks that connected Siberia to Persia, China, and beyond. Fragments of Chinese silk found in the tombs confirm such connections. The carpet, whether locally woven or imported, embodies this cosmopolitanism, blending influences across continents. For archaeologists, the Pazyryk carpet is not only an object of beauty, but also a data point in tracing the development of textile arts. Before its discovery, little was known about weaving in Central Asia prior to the medieval period. The carpet pushed the timeline back dramatically, showing that by the 5th century BCE, artisans had already achieved technical mastery. It suggests that weaving traditions far older than the Pazyryk carpet may once have flourished, though their textiles, lacking the protection of ice, have long since decayed. The carpet stands as both a survivor and a hint of a lost continuum of artistic expression. The artifact also invites speculation about meaning. Why these motifs? The deer, elegant and fleet, may symbolize vitality, hunting prowess, or spiritual journeys. In many steppe cultures, deer were associated with the passage of souls, their antlers seen as ladders to the heavens. The horsemen likely represent the social identity of the Scythians, a people defined by their relationship with horses. The griffins connect the carpet to mythic realms, guardians of treasures and symbols of liminality. Together, the motifs weave a cosmological narrative: humans in procession, animals in flight, and mythical protectors circling all. The carpet may thus be more than decoration. It could be a map of belief, a portable altar of woven myth. Conservation of the carpet has been a challenge. After excavation, it was transported to the Hermitage Museum in Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, where it remains one of the institution's treasures. Displayed under controlled conditions, it astonishes visitors with its freshness of color and clarity of design. The ice that preserved it for millennia no longer protects it, so careful climate control is essential to prevent deterioration. Photographs and reproductions circulate widely, but to see the original is to confront directly the sophistication of ancient hands, each not a gesture across time. The carpet's significance extends beyond archaeology into cultural identity. For Russia, it represents the depth of heritage in Siberia, a reminder that the steppes were not empty but vibrant with creativity. For Central Asia more broadly, it affirms the sophistication of steppe cultures often overshadowed by settled civilizations. For the world of textile studies, it sets a benchmark, proof that weaving of the highest order existed centuries before written accounts described it. Debates over origin continue, but perhaps the carpet's greatest power lies in its ambiguity. Its survival is itself improbable, a fragile textile preserved against all odds in frozen soil. Its artistry surpasses expectations, leaving even skeptics impressed. Whether woven in a Scythian camp or gifted from a Persian workshop, it collapses assumptions about cultural boundaries. It embodies the permeability of ancient worlds, where motifs, techniques, and ideas traveled freely along routes that would later form the Silk Road. The Pazyryk carpet invites reflection on how easily history can be lost. For every artifact preserved in ice, countless others have perished. How many textiles of equal beauty once existed, now reduced to dust? How many traditions of weaving, song, or ritual left no trace? The carpet reminds us that archaeology is always partial, a record shaped by accident. That one carpet survived does not mean it was unique, it means it was lucky. Yet in its luck, it gives us a window into an entire world otherwise invisible. Standing before the carpet today, one might dwell on its paradoxes: a nomadic people leaving behind a masterpiece of sedentary artistry, a fragile textile surviving while sturdier materials decayed, a local tradition that nonetheless speaks with global resonance. The carpet is at once specific to the Pazyryk tomb and universal in its appeal. Its spirals of deer and parades of horsemen speak across centuries, whispering of journeys, beliefs, and lives once vivid. For scientists, artists, and dreamers alike, the Pazyryk carpet continues to provoke wonder. Its knots number in the hundreds of thousands, each a decision made by hands now long gone. To trace those knots is to imagine the weaver at work, wool in hand, vision in mind, shaping a piece not only for use, but for meaning. The weaver could not have known that millennia later, people from across the world would gaze upon their creation in a museum, marveling at its survival. Yet in every line and border, the weaver's presence persists. The Pazyryk carpet is more than artifact. It is story, survival, and skill entwined. It tells of frozen tombs, of deer leaping eternally, of horsemen circling, of griffins guarding. It asks us to reconsider assumptions about what ancient people valued and could achieve. It invites us to marvel not at miracles, but at the enduring capacity of human creativity to surpass expectations, even in places and times where we least expect it. The surface of a fractured slab of stone, resting in obscurity for decades in a museum cellar, would one day change how scholars understood the Bronze Age of Western Europe. First uncovered in the early 20th century, forgotten for most of the century, and then rediscovered by chance in recent years, the Saint-Belec slab of Brittany is now regarded by archaeologists as the oldest known map in Europe. Its grooves and motifs, carved into the schist stone over 3,000 years ago, appear to depict a region of rivers, valleys, and settlements. Yet while its broad outlines suggest cartography, the meaning of its details remains disputed. What land did it represent, who made it, and why was such a map carved in stone at all? The story begins in 1908, when Paul du Châtelier, a French archaeologist, excavated a burial mound in Finistère, the westernmost tip of Brittany. Within the tumulus, known as Saint-Belec, he found a long stone cist, a kind of coffin-like chamber, containing a broken slab of schist covered in strange carvings. At the time, scholars did not recognize its significance. Du Châtelier noted the markings, but without a clear framework for interpretation, he catalogued it among his finds and moved on. After his death in 1914, his collection eventually entered the Musée d'Archéologie Nationale in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, near Paris. The slab was stored in a castle cellar where it lay largely unnoticed for more than a century. It was not until 2014 that researchers stumbled upon it again. A team led by Clément Nicolas re-examined the slab and realized that its carvings were not merely decorative but formed a coherent pattern resembling a map. With modern tools such as three-dimensional scanning, they traced the motifs and compared them to the topography of Western Brittany. The results were astonishing. The slab's incisions aligned with the valley of the River Odette, its tributaries, and surrounding features. Mountains, enclosures, and even possible settlement markers appeared to be represented. The scale, though not precise by modern standards, revealed a sophisticated attempt at cartography. Here, carved into stone during the early Bronze Age around 1900 to 1600 BCE, was an effort to represent landscape in abstraction, arguably Europe's earliest known map. What makes the slab so striking is not only its age, but also the ambition it represents. Mapping requires abstraction, converting three-dimensional terrain into a two-dimensional representation. To do this in stone, with chisels and patience, suggests not a mere doodle, but a purposeful act. Some motifs are geometric, others curvilinear, yet together they form a network suggestive of rivers, fields, and enclosures. The accuracy, when overlaid on modern maps, is not perfect, but the correspondence is too strong to be coincidental. The Odette Valley emerges with clarity. For the people of Bronze Age Brittany, this landscape was their world, their territory, and perhaps their source of wealth and power. The Saint-Belec slab raises questions about who commissioned it and why. Scholars suggest it may have served as a political tool. Bronze Age chiefdoms often controlled land and resources, particularly metal deposits such as tin and copper essential for bronze production. A map carved in stone could act as a territorial marker, a demonstration of authority over a region. If displayed in a communal or ceremonial space, the slab might have asserted the dominance of one group over the Odette Valley, projecting ownership in a form that all could see. Alternatively, it may have functioned in ritual, a symbolic map of a sacred landscape, used in ceremonies to reinforce collective identity. The choice of schist as material is notable. Schist splits into flat slabs, making it suitable for engraving. Its durability ensured survival, though ironically, this very sturdiness may have contributed to the slab's reuse. At some point in antiquity, the slab was broken and incorporated into a burial cist, its carved surface facing inward as one wall. Whether this was deliberate desecration or practical recycling is unclear. Some scholars suggest that the destruction of the slab may have symbolized the overthrow of the power it represented, a kind of ritual killing of authority. By burying it, later generations may have sought to suppress the memory of the group that had once claimed dominance through the map. Comparisons to other ancient maps provide context. The Babylonian world map, etched on clay around 600 BCE, shows a schematic universe with Babylon at its center. Egyptian tomb paintings occasionally depict estates or fields in plan view, yet the Saint Belek slab predates these by more than a millennium. Its cartographic ambition reveals that the impulse to represent land abstractly was not confined to literate states, but also emerged among Bronze Age societies of Europe. The slab shows that communities in Brittany, far from being peripheral, engaged in complex conceptualization of their environment. Interpretation of the motifs remains ongoing. Some lines clearly trace river valleys, but other shapes resist easy explanation. Certain enclosures may represent fortified sites or settlements, though none can be identified with certainty. Dots and cut marks may indicate habitations, burial mounds, or symbolic markers. Without accompanying text, the carvings remain mute, open to multiple readings. The lack of precision frustrates modern sensibilities, yet it also reflects the map's possible function, not as a navigational tool but as a territorial statement. Its purpose was perhaps less about guiding travelers and more about asserting control, sanctifying land, or narrating heritage. The rediscovery of the slab highlights the role of chance in archaeology. For more than a century, the carved stone lay ignored, its significance hidden. Only through renewed attention, modern technology, and fresh perspectives did its meaning emerge. How many other artifacts languish unseen in storerooms, their secrets awaiting recognition? The slab reminds us that history often hides in plain sight, waiting for new eyes. The cultural setting of Bronze Age Brittany adds further layers. This was a society deeply engaged in exchange networks that spanned Europe. Tin from Cornwall, copper from Iberia, and gold from Ireland moved along maritime routes that converged on the Atlantic facade. Brittany's position at the tip of the continent gave it access to these flows. Control of valleys and rivers meant control of trade, resources, and prestige. In such a context, a map of the Odette Valley becomes not only a geographic statement, but also an economic and political one. It identifies the land that mattered, the corridors through which wealth traveled. Archaeologists examining the slab emphasize its scale, roughly 2 by 1.5 meters. This size makes it impractical for portable use. Instead, it was likely installed in a fixed location, perhaps a sanctuary or meeting place. Those who saw it would have recognized its authority. The act of engraving landscape into stone itself carried weight. It transformed the ephemeral into the permanent, binding territory to memory. Just as later rulers inscribed laws or victories on stone stelae, so too might a Bronze Age chief have carved his domain. The debate over authenticity and interpretation is vigorous. Some critics caution against overreading, suggesting that patterns may be coincidental or symbolic rather than cartographic. After all, prehistoric art often features geometric motifs whose meanings elude us. Yet the correlation with the Odette Valley is compelling. The alignment of rivers, tributaries, and enclosures matches geography too closely to dismiss. Even if not a map in the modern sense, the slab embodies an attempt to represent space systematically. It demonstrates a spatial awareness that goes beyond decoration. The slab's history after burial adds poignancy. Broken and hidden within a tomb, it lay forgotten until Du Chatelier's excavation. Its rediscovery mirrors its original fate, once a symbol of power, later suppressed, then centuries afterward re-emerging. Each phase alters its meaning. For the Bronze Age elite, it may have been a proclamation. For those who buried it, an object of rejection. For modern scholars, a window into prehistoric cognition. Objects, like people, live many lives. From a broader perspective, the Saint Belek slab challenges narratives of progress that place mapping only within literate civilizations. Here, in Atlantic Europe, far from Mesopotamia or Egypt, communities independently developed cartographic thinking. They abstracted landscape, encoded it, and inscribed it in stone. This act reveals intellectual horizons often underestimated in prehistoric societies. It shows that the urge to map, to make sense of space, is deeply human and not bound to writing systems. For the public, the slab offers fascination not only as scholarship, but also as mystery. Visitors gazing at its carved lines see both clarity and ambiguity. The rivers can be traced, yet the dots defy easy reading. It becomes a puzzle, inviting speculation. Was it a map of land ownership, a guide for ritual, a record of mythic geography? Each interpretation tells more about us as viewers than about the stone itself. The slab becomes a mirror, reflecting our desire to find meaning in marks of the past. In Brittany today, the slab has renewed interest in local heritage. It ties the region to deep antiquity, showing that long before Roman roads or medieval castles, communities here thought in ways we can recognize. To know that Europe's oldest map lies in Brittany lends pride and curiosity. It situates the region not as peripheral, but as central to the story of human imagination. At the same time, the slab resists closure. No definitive translation exists. Its lines remain partly opaque, its purpose speculative. This ambiguity fuels its allure. It sits at the boundary between knowledge and mystery, reminding us that archaeology often reveals questions as much as answers. The Saint Belek slab is not a solved puzzle, but an open invitation to wonder. One can imagine the scene when it was first unveiled to a Bronze Age audience. Perhaps in a gathering of elders or warriors, the slab was presented, its carvings freshly cut, the territory of the Odette Valley laid out in stone. Fingers traced rivers, dots marked enclosures, lines defined domains. In that moment, land became symbol, authority became material. The slab was more than a stone, it was a statement of belonging, control, and vision. Millennia later, in a museum hall, visitors again trace those lines with their eyes. The same rivers flow, the same valleys stretch, though the people who carved them are gone. What survives is their attempt to bind land to memory, to make place visible. The Saint Belek slab stands as both relic and riddle, an artifact that tells us just enough to tantalize, but never enough to satisfy. Its preservation, rediscovery, and reinterpretation show the layered nature of history. Meaning shifts, significance evolves, but the stone endures. Carved in the Bronze Age, broken in antiquity, buried in a tomb, forgotten in a cellar, and finally re-emerging under scholarly gaze, the slab's journey is itself a map, charting the paths of human attention across centuries. As the study of the slab continues, new techniques may yield further insights. High-resolution imaging, microscopic analysis of tool marks, and comparisons with other prehistoric engravings may refine understanding. Yet some mysteries will likely remain. The absence of accompanying text ensures that certainty eludes us. Instead, we are left with suggestion, probability, and the enduring power of enigma. Perhaps this is fitting. Maps are meant to guide, but this map guides us not through landscape but through time. It points us toward the intellectual world of people long gone, hinting at how they saw, ordered, and claimed their land. It reminds us that mapping is not only technical but also cultural, an act that encodes identity and power. The Saint Belek slab, Europe's oldest map, leads us not across terrain but into the minds of its makers. And as one part of this exploration closes, another path opens ahead, for the human past holds countless more riddles waiting to be uncovered. A cluster of figures, frozen in eternal devotion, emerged from the earth of ancient Mesopotamia during the early 20th century. Buried for millennia beneath the ruins of a temple, these statues, known collectively as the Tel Asmar horde, stared back at their excavators with eyes so disproportionately large that scholars even today struggle to agree on their meaning. Crafted from alabaster, gypsum, and limestone, they represent men and women standing with hands clasped in reverence. Yet it is not the posture that unsettles modern viewers, but rather the wide, penetrating eyes, black pupils set in oversized sockets that convey both awe and unease. The discovery occurred between 1931 and 1932, when the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago conducted excavations at Tel Asmar, an archaeological site in present-day Iraq, about 20 miles northeast of Baghdad. This region once formed part of the ancient city-state of Eshnunna, which thrived during the early dynastic period of Mesopotamia, around 3,000 years ago, 1000 to 2000 BCE. Beneath the remains of a temple dedicated to the god Abu, excavators uncovered a cache of 12 statues carefully arranged in a pit, as though deliberately buried. Their preservation was remarkable. Each figure retained its form, with clear features that immediately captured attention. The statues vary in size, from a towering figure over 30 inches tall to smaller ones scarcely a foot in height. Despite these differences, they share common traits. Each stands erect, feet together, hands clasped at the chest in a gesture of devotion. Male figures wear fringed skirts, while females wear long robes that cover the body. Hair and beards are stylized, carved in geometric patterns. But the most striking feature, oversized, inescapable, is the eyes. Round and wide, with black pupils set in white shells, they dominate the faces, dwarfing other features. The effect is hypnotic, as though the statues gaze unceasingly into realms beyond. Interpretation of these eyes has been central to scholarly debate. Some argue that they symbolize perpetual attentiveness to the gods. In Mesopotamian religion, votive statues were placed in temples to serve as eternal stand-ins for worshippers, offering prayers continuously even when the donor was absent. The wide eyes could signify constant vigilance, a posture of awe before the divine. Others suggest they represent the concept of illumination, seeing and being seen by deities. Still others view them as expressions of fear, reflecting the precarious relationship humans had with their gods, who could bless but also punish. The context of the find strengthens the interpretation of devotion. The temple of Abu, where the statues were uncovered, was dedicated to a fertility god associated with vegetation and abundance. Offerings would have been made there to secure prosperity. The statues likely stood in the sanctuary, arranged before the god's image, embodying the prayers of their donors. Their deliberate burial, arranged together in a pit, suggests a ritual retirement, perhaps when the temple was rebuilt or when political change rendered them obsolete. Rather than discard sacred objects, priests may have respectfully buried them. One intriguing detail is the hierarchy suggested by size. The largest statue, towering over the rest, may represent a high-ranking official or particularly wealthy patron. The smaller ones could represent lesser individuals. This gradation mirrors Mesopotamian society, where status was clearly defined. Yet regardless of size, all share the same wide-eyed devotion, suggesting equality in worship, even amid inequality in rank. The statues thus embody both hierarchy and unity, individuals distinct in size but alike in their posture toward the divine. The craftsmanship reveals both skill and symbolism. Carved from soft stones such as gypsum and limestone, the statues were shaped with care. Inlays of black bitumen or shell formed the pupils, creating stark contrast. The beards of male figures show detailed incisions, while garments are rendered with geometric folds. Despite this attention, naturalism was not the goal. Proportions are stylized, especially the eyes. This departure from realism underscores that these were not portraits but votive symbols, intended to convey spiritual rather than physical presence. Modern viewers often describe the statues as eerie. Their gaze, fixed and unblinking, seems directed simultaneously at the gods and at us. Unlike Greek sculpture, which sought lifelike beauty, these Mesopotamian figures are unsettling, embodying something beyond human. The effect may have been intentional. Worship in ancient Mesopotamia often involved awe and fear. Gods were distant, powerful, and unpredictable. To face them required humility, vigilance, and constant devotion. The statue's eyes may embody precisely that, an eternal, unyielding gaze that no mortal could sustain in life, but which stone could maintain forever. The Tel Asmar horde is not unique in Mesopotamian art. Other sites have yielded similar votive figures, though rarely in such concentration or preservation. The consistent features across sites suggest a widespread tradition, worshippers commissioning statues to stand in perpetual prayer. Yet the Tel Asmar examples are the most iconic, perhaps because their exaggerated eyes amplify the symbolism to its peak. They epitomize Mesopotamian religious art, where function outweighed aesthetics, and where devotion was carved into form. The mystery deepens when considering why they were buried. Some scholars propose that during renovations of the temple, old votive statues were respectfully interred to make way for new ones. Others suggest that political upheaval, perhaps conquest by another city-state, led to the closure of the sanctuary, and priests buried sacred objects to protect them. The careful arrangement in the pit indicates intention, not mere disposal. Burial was an act of preservation, ensuring the statue's sanctity even in disuse. Debates about their meaning extend into broader questions of Mesopotamian religion. Did worshippers believe that their essence resided in the statue, continuing to pray even after death? Or were the statues mere symbolic offerings without agency of their own? Inscriptions on some Mesopotamian votive statues provide names of donors, suggesting a personal connection. Yet the Tel Asmar examples are largely uninscribed, leaving their individual identities unknown. They stand as anonymous worshippers, representatives of humanity before the divine. Their large eyes also invite psychological interpretation. Some modern scholars suggest they reflect altered states of consciousness, perhaps linked to ritual practices. Wide, staring eyes resemble the gaze of trance or ecstasy. Could the statues embody visionary experience, the worshipper's soul encountering the divine in heightened awareness? While speculative, this theory highlights the statue's capacity to evoke experiences beyond ordinary perception. The Tel Asmar horde also resonates with broader themes in human art. Across cultures, eyes often carry symbolic weight. The all-seeing eye recurs in iconography from Egypt to the modern era. Eyes signify vigilance, perception, and connection to the divine. The Mesopotamian emphasis on enlarged eyes fits within this broader human instinct to associate vision with spiritual awareness. Yet the intensity of these particular figures makes them distinctive. Their gaze is not benevolent, but piercing, demanding attention. For archaeologists, the horde provides invaluable evidence of early dynastic Mesopotamian art and religion. It confirms the role of votive statues in temples, the stylized conventions of representation, and the symbolic importance of eyes. It also raises questions about communal versus individual devotion, the relationship between donor and deity, and the ways material culture embodied spiritual practice. The statues are not mere curiosities, but keys to understanding a civilization that laid foundations for later societies. Yet, for the general public, what captivates most is the mystery. Visitors to museums, where the statues are now displayed in Chicago and Baghdad, find themselves transfixed by the eyes. The effect is immediate and visceral. People describe feeling watched, confronted, even unsettled. The statues bridge millennia, their gaze cutting across time. They remind us that the human impulse to seek the divine, to offer devotion, to represent prayer materially, is ancient and enduring. The Tel Asmar horde also invites reflection on the fragility of interpretation. When first uncovered, scholars struggled to categorize the figures. Were they portraits, idols, or symbols? Over time, consensus formed around the votive interpretation, but nuances remain debated. This evolution of understanding shows that artifacts are not static. Their meaning shifts as scholarship advances. What seems clear today may be reinterpreted tomorrow. The statues themselves, however, remain constant, their eyes unchanged, waiting for new readings. Consider too the setting in which they originally stood: a dim temple interior, incense burning, priests chanting, offerings made at an altar. Amid this atmosphere, the statues lined up in devotion, their eyes fixed on the god Abu. Worshippers may have believed that their prayers continued perpetually through these figures, even as they returned to daily life. The statues created continuity, a bridge between mortal temporality and divine eternity. Their burial, then, was not merely disposal but transition, moving them from one phase of devotion to another. Modern technology allows fresh examination. Three-dimensional scanning, pigment analysis, and microscopic study of tool marks reveal details invisible to the naked eye. Traces of pigment suggest that some statues may once have been painted, their eyes even more striking. Such reconstructions bring us closer to how ancient worshippers perceived them. Yet, even with technology, interpretation cannot fully resolve ambiguity. The statues retain mystery, their meaning partially beyond recovery. Perhaps that is fitting. The Tel Asmar horde embodies the limits of archaeology, the ability to recover objects, but not always their full significance. They challenge us to balance evidence and imagination, scholarship and humility. Their eyes remind us that the past watches us even as we study it, that the ancients had intentions we may never fully grasp. And as this exploration of their gaze winds to a close, the statues remain before us, still staring, still waiting. Their devotion is eternal, their mystery unresolved, and their presence an enduring link between the living and the long departed. As we reach the end of this journey through artifacts that continue to puzzle scholars and stir the imagination, one thing becomes clear: the past is far stranger and far more complex than we often give it credit for. Each object, whether carved in stone, cast in metal, or etched into fragile surfaces, holds within it questions that remain unanswered, stories that reach across centuries, and mysteries that resist easy explanation. I'd love to know what you think. Which artifact stood out to you the most, and why? Do you see them as evidence of forgotten knowledge, cultural expression, or something else entirely? Share your thoughts. Your perspective adds to the ongoing conversation about these extraordinary relics. And if you enjoyed this exploration, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next chapter in our unfolding journey through history's most forbidden and unexplained discoveries. Until next time.